An Account of a New Comet by Caroline Herschel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Account of a New Comet. In a letter from Miss Caroline Herschel to Charles Blagden. From the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, 1787, Volume 77. Sir, in consequence of the friendship which I know to exist between you and my brother, I venture to trouble you in his absence with the following imperfect account of a comet. The employment of writing down the observations, when my brother uses the 20-feet reflector, does not often allow me time to look at the heavens, but as he is now on a visit to Germany, I have taken the opportunity of his absence to sweep in the neighbourhood of the sun in search of comets, and last night, the 1st of August, about 10 o'clock, I found an object very much resembling in colour and brightness the 27th nebula of the Connaissance de Temps, with the difference, however, of being round. I suspected it to be a comet, but a haziness coming on, it was not possible entirely to satisfy myself as to its motion till this evening. I made several drawings of the stars in the field of view with it, and have enclosed a copy of them, with my observations annexed, that you may compare them together. August 1st, 1786, 9 hours 50 minutes. The object in the centre is like a star out of focus, while the rest are perfectly distinct, and I suspect it to be a comet. Table 1, Figure 1. 10 hours 33 minutes, Figure 2. The suspected comet makes now a perfect isosceles triangle with the two stars A and B. 11 hours 8 minutes. I think the situation of the comet is now as in Figure 3. But it is so hazy that I cannot sufficiently see the small star B to be assured of the motion. By the naked eye, the comet is between the 54th and 53rd Urae Majoris, and the 14th, 15th, and 16th Comae Berenices, and makes an obtuse triangle with them, the vertex of which is turned towards the south. August 2nd, 10 hours 9 minutes. The comet is now, with respect to the stars A and B, situated as in Figure 4. Therefore, the motion since last night is evident. Footnote. A doubt having arisen about the identity of the stars marked A and B in the figures, I have examined that part of the heavens in which the comet was the 1st of August, in order to settle this point, but find so many small stars in that neighbourhood that I have not been able to fix on any of them that will exactly answer these figures, and as they were drawn from observations made by moonlight, twilight, hazy weather, and very near the horizon, it would not be at all surprising if a mistake had been made. However, as these figures were only given with a view to show the motion of the comet, the conclusion of the change of place, which was drawn from them, was equally good, whether these stars were the same or different. William Herschel, December 14th, 1786. End footnote. 10 hours 30 minutes. Another considerable star C may be taken into the field with it by placing A in the centre, when the comet and the other star will both appear in the circumference as in Figure 5. These observations were made with a Newtonian sweeper of 27 inches focal length, and a power of about 20. The field of view is 2 degrees 12 minutes. I cannot find the stars A and C in any catalogue, but suppose they may easily be traced in the heavens, whence the situation of the comet, as it was last night at 10 hours 33 minutes, may be pretty nearly ascertained. You will do me the favour of communicating these observations to my brother's astronomical friends. I have the honour to be, etc., Caroline Herschel. Slough, near Windsor, August 2nd, 1786. End of An Account of a New Comet by Caroline Herschel.
Amiel's Journal, 6th and 7th April, 1851, by Henri Frederic Amiel, 1821 to 1881. Translated by Mary Augusta Ward, 1851 to 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 6 April 1851. Was there ever any one so vulnerable as I? If I were a father, how many griefs and vexations a child might cause me! As a husband, I should have 1,000 ways of suffering, because my happiness demands 1,000 conditions. I have a heart too easily reached, a too restless imagination. Despair is easy to me, and every sensation reverberates again and again within me. What might be, spoils for me what is. What ought to be, consumes me with sadness, so that reality, the present, the irreparable, the necessary, repel and even terrify me. I have too much imagination, conscience, and penetration, and not enough character. The life of thought alone seems to me to have enough elasticity and immensity to be free enough from the irreparable. Practical life makes me afraid, and yet at the same time it attracts me. I have need of it. Family life, especially in all its delightfulness, in all its moral depth, appeals to me almost like a duty. Sometimes I cannot escape from the ideal of it. A companion of my life, of my work, of my thoughts, of my hopes within, a common worship towards the world outside, kindness and beneficence, educations to undertake, the 1,001 moral relations which develop round the first. All these ideas intoxicate me sometimes, but I put them aside, because every hope is, as it were, an egg, whence a serpent may issue instead of a dove, because every joy missed is a stab, because every seed confided to destiny contains an ear of grief which the future may develop. I am distrustful of myself and of happiness, because I know myself. The ideal poisons for me all imperfect possession. Everything which comprises the future or destroys my inner liberty, which enslaves me to things or obliges me to be other than I could and ought to be, all which injures my idea of the perfect man, hurts me mortally, degrades and wounds me in mind, even beforehand. I abhor useless regrets and repentances. The fatality of the consequences which follow upon every human act, the leading idea of dramatic art, and the most tragic element of life, arrests me more certainly than the arm of the Commodore. I only act with regret, and almost by force. To be dependent is to me terrible, but to depend upon what is irreparable, arbitrary, and unforeseen, and above all to be so dependent by my own fault, and through my own error to give up liberty and hope, to slay sleep and happiness, this would be hell. All that is necessary, providential, in short, unimputable, I could bear, I think, with some strength of mind, but responsibility mortally envenoms grief, and as an act is essentially voluntary, therefore I act as little as possible. Last outbreak of a rebellious and deceitful self-will, craving for repose, for satisfaction, for independence. Is there not some relic of selfishness in such a disinterestedness, such a fear, such idle susceptibility? I wish to fulfill my duty, but where is it? What is it? Here inclination comes in again and interprets the oracle. And the ultimate question is this: does duty consist in obeying one's nature, even the best and most spiritual, or in conquering it? Life, is it essentially the education of the mind and intelligence, or that of the will? And does will show itself in strength or in resignation? If the aim of life is to teach us renunciation, then welcome sickness, hindrances, sufferings of every kind. But if its aim is to produce the perfect man, then one must watch over one's integrity of mind and body. To court trial is to tempt God. At bottom, the God of justice veils from me the God of love. I tremble instead of trusting. Whenever conscience speaks with a divided, uncertain, and disputed voice, it is not yet the voice of God. Descend still deeper into yourself until you hear nothing but a clear and undivided voice, a voice which does away with doubt and brings with it persuasion, light, and serenity. Happy, says the Apostle, are they who are at peace with themselves, and whose heart condemneth them not in the part they take. This inner identity, this unity of conviction, is all the more difficult the more the mind analyzes, discriminates, and foresees. It is difficult, indeed, for liberty to return to the frank unity of instinct. Alas! we must then reclimb 1,000 times the peaks already scaled, and reconquer the points of view already won. We must fight the fight. The human heart, like kings, signs mere truces under a pretence of perpetual peace. The eternal life is eternally to be re-won. Alas, yes! Peace itself is a struggle, or rather it is struggle and activity, which are the law. We only find rest in effort, as the flame only finds existence in combustion. O Heraclitus, the symbol of happiness is after all the same as that of grief. Anxiety and hope, hell and heaven, are equally restless. The altar of Vesta and the sacrifice of Beelzebub burn with the same fire. And yes, there you have life, life double-faced and double-edged. The fire which enlightens is also the fire which consumes. The element of the gods may become that of the accursed. 7th April, 1851. Read a part of Ruge's volume Die Akademie, 1848, where the humanism of the neo-Hegelians in politics, religion, and literature is represented by correspondence or articles, Kuno Fischer, Holleck, etc. They recalled the philosophist party of the last century, able to dissolve anything by reason and reasoning, but unable to construct anything, for construction rests upon feeling, instinct, and will. One finds them mistaking philosophic consciousness for realizing power, the redemption of the intelligence for the redemption of the heart, that is to say, the part for the whole. These papers make me understand the radical difference between morals and intellectualism. The writers of them wish to supplant religion by philosophy. Man is the principle of their religion, and intellect is the climax of man. Their religion, then, is the religion of intellect. There you have the two worlds. Christianity brings and preaches salvation by the conversion of the will, humanism by the emancipation of the mind. One attacks the heart, the other the brain. Both wish to enable man to reach his ideal, but the ideal differs, if not by its content, at least by the disposition of its content, by the predominance and sovereignty given to this or that inner power. For one, the mind is the organ of the soul. For the other, the soul is an inferior state of the mind. The one wishes to enlighten by making better, the other to make better by enlightening. It is the difference between Socrates and Jesus. The cardinal question is that of sin. The question of immanence or of dualism is secondary. The Trinity, the life to come, paradise and hell, may cease to be dogmas and spiritual realities. The form and the letter may vanish away. The question of humanity remains. What is it which saves? How can man be led to be truly man? Is the ultimate root of his being responsibility? Yes or no? And is doing or knowing the right acting or thinking his ultimate end? If science does not produce love, it is insufficient. Now all that science gives is the amor intellectualis of Spinoza, light without warmth, a resignation which is contemplative and grandiose, but inhuman, because it is scarcely transmissible and remains a privilege, one of the rarest of all. Moral love places the centre of the individual in the centre of being. It has at least salvation in principle, the germ of eternal life. To love is virtually to know. To know is not virtually to love. There you have the relation of these two modes of man. The redemption wrought by science or by intellectual love is then inferior to the redemption wrought by will or by moral love. The first may free a man from himself, it may enfranchise him from egotism. The second drives the ego out of itself, makes it active and fruitful. The one is critical, purifying, negative. The other is vivifying, fertilizing, positive. Science, however spiritual and substantial it may be in itself, is still formal relatively to love. Moral force is then the vital point, and this force is only produced by moral force. Like alone acts upon like. Therefore do not amend by reasoning, but by example. Approach feeling by feeling. Do not hope to excite love, except by love. Be what you wish others to become. Let yourself, and not your words, preach for you. Philosophy, then, to return to the subject, can never replace religion. Revolutionaries are not apostles, although the apostles may have been revolutionaries. To save from the outside to the inside, and by the outside I understand also the intelligence relatively to the will, is an error and a danger. The negative part of the humanist's work is good. It will strip Christianity of an outer shell which has become superfluous. Brugge and Feuerbach cannot save humanity. She must have her saints and her heroes to complete the work of her philosophers. Science is the power of man, and love his strength. Man becomes man only by the intelligence, but he is man only by the heart. Knowledge, love, power. There is the complete life. End of Emile's Journal, 6th and 7th April, 1851, by Henri Frédéric Amiel, 1821 to 1881. Translated by Mary Augusta Ward, 1851 to 1920. Aristotle, by Pierre Bayle, 1647 to 1706. From an Historical and Critical Dictionary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aristotle. It will be an everlasting subject of wonder to persons who know what philosophy is, to find that Aristotle's authority has been so much respected in the schools for several ages, that when a disputant quoted a passage from that philosopher, he who maintained the thesis durst not say, "Transiat," but must either deny the passage or explain it in his own way, just as we treat the Holy Scriptures in the divinity schools. The parliaments, which have proscribed all other philosophy but that of Aristotle, are more excusable than the doctors. For whether the members of the parliaments were really persuaded that that philosophy was the best of any, or whether they were not, the public good might have induced them to prohibit the new opinions, for fear the academical divisions could spread their malignant influences on the tranquillity of the state. Footnote: in the year 1624 the Parliament of Paris banished out of its jurisdiction persons who attempted to maintain theses publicly against the doctrine of Aristotle, and forbade all persons to publish, sell, or vend the propositions contained in these theses, on pain of corporal punishment, or to teach any maxims contrary to the ancient approved authors, on pain of death. Mercier François, t. 10, page 504. That which ought most to amaze wise men is that the professors should be so furiously prepossessed in favor of Aristotle's philosophical hypothesis. Had the prevention been limited to his poetry and rhetoric, there had been less cause of wonder. But they have been fond of the weakest of his works, I mean his Logic and Natural Philosophy, in which no one pretends to deny that many things are found which discover the elevation and profoundness of his genius, but nothing can exceed the hyperboles in the praises of Casaubon, and in the following passage from Father Rapin: "Nothing appeared regular or fixed in logic before Aristotle. That genius, so fraught with reason and knowledge, searches so deeply into the abyss of human wit, that he penetrates all the secrets of it, by the exact distinction which he has made of its operations. This vast source of thoughts of men had not yet been sounded to the bottom. Aristotle was the first who discovered that new way to attain to science, by the evidence of demonstration, and by proceeding geometrically to that demonstration in the way of syllogism, the most accomplished work, and the greatest effort of human wit. This is in miniature the whole art and method of Aristotle's logic, which is so very sure a one, that there can be no perfect certainty in reasoning but by this method, which is a certain rule for thinking aright on what we ought to think of." That philosopher's treatise of syllogisms may be praised to its desert, without using any such extravagant expressions. There are several most sublime questions in his Natural Philosophy, which he discusses and clears like a great master. But the main part of that work is good for nothing, and felix operis summa. The chief reason for the defect is that Aristotle forsook the way which the most excellent naturalists took who had philosophized before him. They believed that all the alterations which happen in nature are only a new disposition of the particles of matter. They admitted no generation, properly speaking. This doctrine he rejected, and by so doing committed himself, for being thus obliged to teach that new beings are produced, and that others are destroyed. He distinguished them from matter, gave them unheard of names, and affirmed or supposed things whereof he had no distinct idea. Now it is as impossible to philosophize well without the evidence of clear ideas, as to sail well without the polar star or the compass. To be void of that perspicuity is to mislead ourselves. It is to imitate a traveller in a strange country without a guide, or to grope in a strange house by night without a candle. Every one knows the many forms and faculties distinct from substance which Aristotle's followers have introduced. He led them into that maze. And if in the 17th century natural philosophy began to appear again with a new lustre, it was by restoring the ancient principles which had been forsaken, and by insisting on sufficient evidence. In short, it was by excluding the great number of entities of which our mind has no manner of idea, out of the doctrine of generation, and adhering to the figure, motion, and situation of the particles of matter, of all which we have a clear and distinct conception. Article Aristotle. End of Aristotle by Pierre Bayle, 1647 to 1706. From an Historical and Critical Dictionary.
The Ascent of Aconcagua, the First Climb to the Summit of the Highest Mountain in America, by Edward A. Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ascent of Aconcagua. When I was traveling through the Alps from end to end with Sir Martin Conway some years ago, we met an Austrian climber at a remote alpine inn in the Tyrol. During a conversation we had with him, he told us many interesting tales about the Alps. He then went on to tell us of some adventures that had befallen him while in South America, how he had set out to climb and explore the regions surrounding Aconcagua, America's highest mountain, how he had been stopped by the Chilean insurgents, and had been compelled by them to join their ranks and fight against Balmaceda. These tales made a vivid impression upon my mind, so much so that I made a resolution to try my luck on Aconcagua upon the next favorable opportunity that should present itself. To climb this giant of the Andes, that had so long defied the attempts of those who had tried to conquer its virgin snows, was henceforth the ambition of my life. I was, however, planning an expedition to New Zealand, and as I started for that country a few months later, my thoughts were fully occupied by my explorations there. On my return to England, a year later, I found myself in the midst of the work of publishing my book on the New Zealand Alps, so that it was not until the spring of 1896 that I found time to turn my thoughts toward the high Andes of Argentina. The great peak of Aconcagua naturally presents a most attractive field for the climber and explorer, partly because it is the highest mountain in the world, outside of the great ranges of Asia, and partly because it is a prominent feature seen from the coast, its lofty peak being clearly visible some 20 leagues inland from the harbor of Valparaiso. Accordingly, during the spring and summer of 1896, I spent my time organizing an expedition to these regions, and early in October sailed for Buenos Aires, accompanied by my 3 colleagues, Mr. Stuart Vines, Mr. de Trafford, and Mr. Philip Goss, the latter of whom was to act for us as naturalist. Mr. Lightbody joined us later on. We had with us Matthias Zurbriggen, my old guide who had accompanied me in my expedition in New Zealand, and also 5 porters from Switzerland and Italy. We did not remain long at Buenos Aires, but pushed on as soon as possible to Mendoza, first, however, visiting the government observatory at Cordova to adjust and regulate our various instruments. The railway into the Andes, an outfit of mules. Mendoza is the terminus of the Great Western Railway of Argentina, and it is here that the Transandine Railway commences. This little line, which styles itself Il Ferrocarril Transandino de Buenos Aires a Valparaiso, has during the last few years stopped construction, owing to the bankruptcy of Clark and Company, its contractors. It was, and is still, I believe, the intention of its promoters to run it through the Andes from Mendoza to Santa Rosa de los Andes, in Chile, where it would meet the wide-gauge government railway to Valparaiso, thus completing the first transcontinental route for South America. The line at present ends on the Argentina side at a point called Las Vacas, 75 miles from Mendoza, while on the Chilean side only 20 miles have so far been constructed, and there remains a considerable length still to be built before the communication is complete, including a great tunnel that is to be pierced under the Cumbre Pass. It is a narrow gauge line with rack and pinion for the steep grades, similar to the railway from Visp to Zermatt in Switzerland. We spent some days at Mendoza in order to procure mules and men to take charge of them, arrieros as they are called in the country. The mules in the Cordilleras are small but very strong. I have seen them carry as much as 300 weight across the passes from Argentina to Chile. The average cost of them is from $15 to $30. The mule drivers are extremely picturesque in their native costumes. They ride, as a rule, on a Mexican saddle, with a number of sheepskins strapped to it, their stirrups being quaintly carved out of solid blocks of wood in the form of a slipper. They are very fond of silver trappings and accoutrements. The bit they use is an extremely cruel one, but as they never use their reins much, it is more barbarous in appearance than in practice. The men themselves always wear a poncho, as they style it, which consists of a blanket of variegated color, with a hole cut through the center, through which they thrust their heads, the cloth falling in folds on all sides of them. This is generally made out of guanaco wool, while occasionally one sees more valuable ones made from the skin of the vicuña. These men never walk, and would, I believe, ride their horses over the edge of a sheer precipice rather than take the trouble to climb down it on foot. They wear slippers made of soft rawhide, while their headdress is usually a brilliant handkerchief surmounted by a broad-brimmed felt hat. We engaged 2 men, a father and his son, Tomas Soso by name, together with a troop of about 20 mules, making arrangements that they should meet us a few days later at Las Vacas, the last station on the Trans-Andine line. Picking out a way and preparing a plan of attack. We traveled up to Las Vacas in a few days and pitched our camp near the railway station. Our first work was to make a reconnaissance of the side valleys which led toward Aconcagua, and as information concerning it was difficult to obtain, our general impression of the country was naturally rather vague. Curiously enough, though we were not more than 20 miles from our mountain, it was some time before we were able to discover its exact whereabouts. All the natives stoutly denied that any of the peaks in the surrounding valleys is really Aconcagua. They confined themselves to stating that what one seeks is probably a rib, ending perhaps in a peak, which might possibly be a spur of the mountain, nothing more. They also give you different names for the peak, as viewed from different sides, which is confusing. These names differ with each man, but all agree that the true summit of the mountain is not to be seen. After a couple of weeks spent in examining the different available approaches to the mountain, I decided to make my first attack by way of the Horcones Valley. We had now formed a base camp near Puente de Inca, about 11 miles from Las Vacas and close to the mouth of the Horcones Valley, and here we deposited all our luggage. There are some interesting warm springs by the riverside, close to a natural bridge which spans the Rio Mendoza, where the water bubbles up from the rocks at a temperature of about 90° Fahrenheit. We had fair pasturage for our mules and also fresh and wholesome water, a most important point in these regions, as we discovered later on to our cost, for many of the Andine streams are so charged with chemicals that they produce acute dysentery. Zurbriggen and I, with 4 porters, 12 mules, and a native arriero, started on the morning of December 23rd, with the intention of fixing a camp as high up on the slopes of Aconcagua as possible, to serve as a base from which to ascend the mountain. I had sent Zurbriggen up this valley some days before, and he had reported to me favorably on the possibilities of getting mules up to about 14,000 feet. He thought it would be possible to reach the northwest face of the mountain, from which side we knew it could be ascended, as it was from here that Dr. Goosefelt had attempted the climb, and had taken some excellent photographs. The valley we found extremely rough, and the animals suffered much from the rolling stones on the moraine heaps we were repeatedly obliged to traverse. Frequently we were compelled to make great detours to avoid the steep narrow cañons made by the river, where the banks seemed to rise up almost perpendicularly from the stream. In such places we were obliged to seek the slopes above. Later on we constructed a fairly direct track, though even then we had some unpleasant accidents, and lost much of our luggage from the mules slipping and rolling down the precipices into the water below. There is some sort of legendary belief in which the English tourist is carefully inoculated to the effect that mules are absolutely sure-footed and pass along the crumbling verges of precipices as though suspended by an invisible string from paradise. To the man who has traveled in the Andes and lost his best camera or even his breakfast through the reckless shuffling of a mule among loose boulders, this faith is no longer tenable. As a matter of fact, my experience is that horses are the more trustworthy animals. Now for the first time we got an experience of what later on proved one of the most dangerous parts of our work. This was crossing the swollen mountain torrents. Our animals were mostly small, and what with the rush of water and the insecure footing the river bed afforded, it being mostly composed of loose, round, rolling stones, we ended in many cases with disastrous accidents. The animals were frequently swept down many yards by the torrent, totally unable to get footing or to stem the stream, so that when they at last crawled out upon the opposite bank they were terribly cut about the knees and hocks. Up to an altitude of 16,000 feet. In the afternoon we reached the head of the valley, fortunately without accident or loss of luggage. As it was not yet 4 o'clock, I determined to continue forward on foot and pitch my camp as high as possible that night. We were at an altitude of about 14,000 feet, and were obliged to abandon the mules, as our path lay over the steep snout of a glacier. I accordingly picked out what part of the luggage I thought we should require for our immediate wants, leaving the rest to be brought up on the next favorable opportunity that should present itself. We climbed up to the glacier and turned our steps towards the saddle that lay to the northwest side of the mountain, where I hoped to form a permanent camp for future operations. As it was already late in the day, I called a halt when we had reached an altitude of about 16,000 feet, and decided to camp for the night. The sun was just setting over the hills towards the Pacific, and night was coming rapidly on us. The cold was intense as soon as the sun left us, and as we were much fatigued, we decided not to pitch the tent, but to simply crawl into our sleeping bags for the night. No one had the energy to make for himself a smooth place on which to lie. We sought shelter under a friendly overhanging rock, huddled as close to one another as possible for the sake of warmth, and tried to get what sleep we could. During the night, one of my Swiss porters, a great, powerfully built man, Lochmatter by name, fell ill. He suffered terribly through the night from violent nausea and faintness, which I was powerless to check. Towards morning he seemed better. As soon as the sun tinged the peaks of the opposite mountains we crept from our bags, miserable and cold, our attempts at sleep having been in most cases a failure. We tried to prepare some coffee, but our cooking apparatus, which was worked with spirits of wine on the principle of the Russian furnace, struck work, and it was with great difficulty that we were able to melt some soft snow. We made some tepid coffee, but it was poor stuff at best. It was some time before the sun caught the slope we were on. The giant cliffs and crags of Aconcagua towered above us to the east, a great mass of rock rising like the battlement of some stupendous castle. The varicolored stratifications, running in straight, regular lines along its face, gave it the appearance of some structure piled up by the hand of man, but that its vast proportions, bewildering to the pygmy onlooker, suggested infallibly a mightier agency. The thought passed more than once through my mind while amongst these mountains, that the masses of rock strata must have been actuated by living passions, must have been fought and boiled and torn in flame and lava, must have striven and writhed and crumbled along in frozen glacial majesty, that here, in such places as the amphitheatre of peaks and valleys round Aconcagua, was one of the arenas of that early world drama, eons and eons ago. Here was the scene of the tragedies and high moments of the greater actors. An exhausting day and an uncomfortable night. I sent one of the men down to the lower camp by the snout of the glacier to bring up a further supply of provisions, while the rest of us collected our luggage and pushed on. We were all feeling very ill and weak that morning, and I soon came to the conclusion that it would be impossible to reach the saddle we had in view. We had reached one of those great slopes composed of small loose stones, of which we saw so much afterwards, and were by no means pleased with our first experience of it. Every step we took we slipped back, sometimes half the distance, sometimes more than the whole distance we had originally risen. We straggled up this slope, each man taking a line for himself, but I noticed that we were all steering straight towards a small patch of snow that lay in a gully above us. We were repeatedly obliged to make long halts, sometimes for as much as half an hour. Towards midday we reached the head of this gully filled with snow, and I saw, both from my own condition and that of the men with me, that it would be unwise, if not impossible, to think of climbing higher that night. Locomotor was getting very pale and ill again, so I was obliged to send him down with another man to our lower camp by the glacier, telling him to remain there till he was perfectly recovered. We were very eager to have our tent comfortably pitched, as the recollection of the last night spent in the open was far from pleasant, so we set to work at once to make an encampment on a flat bit of ground, fairly sheltered by a large boulder. Pitching the tent was something of an undertaking, as it had 14 guy ropes, all of which had to be fixed to large loose stones, the ground being too hard to admit anything like a peg being driven into it. I had suffered acutely during the afternoon from nausea, and from an inability to catch my breath, my throat being so dry from the continual breathing through my mouth that at times I was obliged to cough. This momentarily stopped my breathing, and would end in an unpleasant fit of choking. There were 4 of us sleeping in the tent, Zurbriggen, myself, and the 2 porters. I was unable to sleep, partly because of the difficulty I had in breathing, and partly on account of the dreadful noise the men made snoring. They would begin breathing heavily, and continue on in an ascending scale till they eventually ended in a severe fit of choking. This would usually wake them up, and they were quiet generally for 10 minutes or so, when gradually I would hear the whole thing recommence with the regularity of clockwork. Our tent was a small one, about 6 feet square, ending in a peaked roof 3 feet 6 inches from the ground. The floor of it was securely sewn to the sides, so as to prevent the wind from getting under it. The drawback of this was that towards morning it got extremely stuffy inside, but the cold outside was so intense that we dared not open the flap of the tent. We crawled out of our tent after the sun was up. The day was not a promising one. Great clouds were banked up to the northwest, and the wind was blowing heavily. I saw the hopelessness of any serious attempt being made till a suitable provision of wood was brought up. What one requires at these altitudes is light, nourishing food, such as is given to invalids or people recovering from severe fevers. Up to 19,000 feet. I was determined to fix our camp on the ridge before turning back, and accordingly I sent a couple of porters down to bring up fresh provisions. In the afternoon, as we were beginning to feel slightly better, Zurbriggen and I started out to reconnoitre, and if possible to find a suitable camping ground on the shoulder of the ridge above us. The weather had greatly improved since morning, the clouds dispersing as the wind subsided. We were feeling distinctly weak about the knees, and were obliged to pause every dozen steps to catch our breath. After about 2 hours and a half we reached the shoulder and climbed to the top of a small mound at about 19,000 feet, whence we got a magnificent view of what was practically the peak of Aconcagua, though it was a point, as we afterwards discovered, about 150 feet lower than the actual summit. It was, therefore, some 4,000 feet above us, but at the moment it looked so close that Zurbriggen said he would walk up to it in the morning, while the men were moving the camp up to the ridge, and see what lay behind. We then thought that the peak itself must lie some distance beyond and much higher. It was not till afterwards that we discovered by bitter experience the fact that it was a good 8 to 10 hours' climb. Our idea at the time was that it could be reached in 2 or 3 hours. The view out towards the Pacific was obscured by clouds, and the wind had sprung up again and was blowing heavily from the northwest. I was attacked with severe fits of nausea here, and as it was late and the weather threatening, we thought it advisable to return at once. Returning, we noted a suitable spot to make camp at about 18,700 feet. It was in the cleft of a great rock, more or less sheltered from the north and west wind, while the mass of the mountain itself more or less sheltered us from the south. I was completely done up that evening. The men arrived after dark, bringing with them a fresh supply of provisions, and a quantity of spirits of wine, after which, with a great deal of trouble, we succeeded in preparing for ourselves some hot coffee. We crept into our tent early, as the cold at this altitude seems absolutely unendurable after sunset. I have seen our men sit down and cry like children, so discouraged were they by the intensity of the cold, while their circulation was so low that they really seemed unable to resist it. The nights that one spends at these altitudes are really the most terrible part of the work. It was very difficult to sleep for more than a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes at a time without being awakened by a fit of choking. Another discomfort lay in the fact that our tent was so small and we were wedged so tightly in that it was impossible to turn round without waking everybody. Pushing the base camp farther up. On the morning of the 26th, I decided to push our encampment up to the saddle northwest of the peak of Aconcagua. We accordingly spent the day in moving our tent and provisions up to the spot Zurbriggen and I had selected the previous day. The men made 2 journeys and were extremely exhausted by the evening. Zurbriggen went out to find a route towards the peak that we had seen the day before. He started from our camp at 9 o'clock in the morning and returned to our new camp late in the evening completely exhausted. He reported that he had gone about 2,000 feet above our high camp, and that from here the peak still looked as far off as ever. On returning, he was attracted by a small heap of stones that had the appearance of having been built by someone. Upon closer investigation he found a small tin box, and on opening it he discovered Dr. Grunewaldt's card. It was here then that the great German explorer, accompanied only by a young lad, found it necessary to turn back, owing to the intense cold and the fact that night was nearly on him. He turned literally to save his life, and left this signal on the highest point that had ever been reached by any previous party upon Aconcagua. On the card was written, "A la segunda entrada de Cerro Aconcagua, März, 1883." At night we tried to heat some coffee with our Russian furnace. The whole concern blew up with a loud report, sprinkling us with boiling spirits of wine and nearly blinding us. We were obliged to content ourselves with cold fare that night. We all felt extremely ill, owing to the impossibility of procuring warm food. I determined, therefore, to beat a retreat next morning and return to our camp in the Horcones Valley at 12,000 feet, where there was plenty of wood. I sent young Pollinger down early with instructions to get to Inca as soon as possible, and return with a further supply of provisions, wood, a cooking stove for wood, and if possible some fresh vegetables. Above all, he had orders to bring the best fresh meat procurable. We followed soon afterwards, and as we reached our camp at the foot of the glacier, we felt completely restored, and were able to walk down to our camp at 12,000 feet. As there was plenty of wood, we were able to build a large fire, and prepare a suitable meal of which we were in great need. The attack renewed. We spent a couple of days recruiting our strength, and it was not till December 30th that we started out to renew our attack. We had sent for our horses and mules, and were thus able to ride up to our camp at the end of the glacier, which we reached at about 11 a.m., and started almost immediately for our high-level camp, taking with us an abundant supply of fresh meat. The rest had evidently done us much good, for we reached our camp at 18,700 feet towards sundown, and though we were much fatigued, we had on the whole done the journey with much less effort than on the previous occasion. We were able to light a fire and cook ourselves a good meal, which went a long way towards cheering us, and we crawled into the sleeping bags that night with the impression that we were going to sleep soundly and awake ready for an attempt on the mountain next day. In this, however, we were doomed to disappointment, for we suffered more than ever that night. We had the greatest trouble in breathing, and suffered much from the cold, the thermometer registering 6 degrees as a minimum for the night. We rose early on the morning of the following day, before the sun had risen, and prepared some hot coffee. We left our camp at 5:45, and the day being fine, we had great hopes of success. We walked gradually up over the loose crumbling rocks in a direct line for our peak, and zigzagged up the slopes where they were steep, so as not to exert ourselves more than was absolutely necessary, as we wished to husband our strength for the last part. Zurbriggen overcome by cold. I noticed that Zurbriggen was going very fast, and I was obliged to call to him several times to wait for me, as I did not wish to be hurried for the first few hours. It is unusual for him to hurry at the commencement of a climb. His maxim is always to begin the day very slowly and gradually to increase the speed. This unusual action on his part surprised me very much and set me to thinking, and I soon discovered the reason for it. He was apparently suffering from the cold, which was intense, the sun not having yet risen high enough to reach us over the brow of Aconcagua. I promptly asked him if his feet were cold, and he answered that he had no sensation left in them at all. He tried for a few minutes by kicking about and dancing to warm them, but this proved useless. The two porters we had with us had been lagging behind, unable to keep up, as Zurbriggen had increased his pace. They soon, however, overtook us as we stood talking, and I directed them to take off his boots and rub his feet. This they did at once, and I then realized for the first time what immediate danger he was in, for though they rubbed as hard as they could, he apparently had no sensation in them. I then got seriously alarmed, and we started working on him all together with increased force to see if we could not bring back the lagging circulation. Fortunately, in another 5 minutes of sharp work, he began to feel the effects of the rubbing, and complained of sharp pains. This encouraged us to redouble our efforts, and as the blood slowly came back to the frozen parts, the agony he suffered was intense. He rolled over and over, screaming, cursing, and writhing in his agony. But we, knowing that his only chance of salvation lay in this continued treatment, went on without taking any heed. Finally, we were compelled to absolutely hold him down, as he got so violent that he tried to stop us forcibly. The sun rose over the top of Aconcagua, and with it came a marked change in the temperature. We stopped rubbing and gave him a strong dose of brandy, but he still suffered intense pain. We wrapped his feet up in bandages and succeeded in getting him in an erect position between the two porters. Thus, half walking, half carried, they succeeded in dragging him back to the camp. I followed behind with the rucksacks and ice axes. As soon as we reached the tent, he wanted to lie down and be left alone, but here we commenced rubbing his feet again, as during his descent they seemed to have got cold, and we did not leave him until we had completely restored the circulation. As the sun had now risen, the atmosphere was fairly warm in the tent, and he gradually went off to sleep. When he woke later on, he affirmed that he felt perfectly well again, and in fact was able to get up and put on his boots and take a stroll about outside the camp. He was very much depressed during the day, and kept on muttering that it was the first time he had ever turned back from a climb owing to illness. He got so well towards night that we were decided to make another attempt next day. Next morning the men rose early, about 5 o'clock, and prepared some hot coffee. I, however, delayed the departure till 8 o'clock, as I had no desire for a repetition of yesterday's disasters. The day was intensely cold, and there was a furious wind blowing; but as the sun was shining brightly, we were better able to resist it. We took the same route as on the previous day, and walked up the great slope of loose stones that led towards a great rock buttress some 1,000 feet below the peak. On reaching an altitude of about 21,000 feet, we found the altitude and the intense cold wind were telling on us heavily. We accordingly turned off to the left, with the intention of reaching some rocks where possibly we could shelter ourselves from the icy blasts of the wind. We succeeded in reaching a hollow surrounded by high rocks about 11:30, and made an attempt to heat some soup, but only partly succeeded. Food did not seem to agree with us, and we were already beginning to feel the effects of severe nausea. One of the porters was feeling very ill, his face having turned a greenish livid hue. In less than an hour we were obliged to push on, as the cold was too intense to permit of our remaining tranquil any longer. We scrambled up some rocks and progressed fairly rapidly for a while, but towards 1:30 the wind rose to such an extent that it seemed almost to strangle us, and we were unable to catch our breath. This, taken in conjunction with the fact that the feeling of nausea was returning, compelled me to turn back. We accordingly, with great reluctance, commenced the descent at an altitude of about 21,500 feet. It was not till 4 o'clock that we reached our camp, thoroughly worn out by our exertions of the day. We were all suffering from severe headache and from acute mental depression. I therefore decided that our best course of action would be to return to our base camp and remain there some days till we should have thoroughly recovered from the effects of all the cold and exposure to which we had been subjected during the last week. The next day we accordingly descended to a lower altitude. The weather turned out bad during the ensuing week, and it was not till the 9th of January that I started out again with Zurbriggen and the men. On the following day we reached our high level camp. The weather was extremely bad during the night, and we suffered intensely from breathlessness in consequence. The minimum temperature during the night was 1° above zero. As we had not succeeded in getting any rest, we did not attempt anything that day, but spent our time in resting, sheltering ourselves under the rocks from the cold winds, and occasionally getting some sleep in the sun. On the next morning I made another attempt on the mountain. I was not able to go far this day, and had to turn back about 2,000 feet above the camp, completely doubled up with pains and nausea. Zurbriggen, who seemed in good health, went on to see if it were not possible to select some easier route. He came back late, extremely exhausted, and reported that by bearing somewhat to the left of the ridge of rocks leading to the summit, it was possible to shelter oneself from the wind, and at the same time the route was not so steep. On the following day, January 12th, we struck directly up towards the north ridge at the spot where Dr. Goosefelt turned back. The day promised well, and there was little wind, while the sun rose in a cloudless sky. We had not gone more than 2 hours when I again fell ill, and was obliged to stop. I rested for over an hour, but it was no use, and at a little over 21,000 feet we were obliged to turn back. We turned in to rest at 7 that evening, determined to make a desperate attempt to reach the summit next day. On the morning of the 13th, we commenced at about 5:30, making preparations for the day. This time we tried the plan of taking a hot breakfast, including some grilled meat, and then resting for about an hour or so to give time for digestion. As soon as the sun struck the tent, we started. It was then 7:30. The party consisted of Zurbriggen, the younger Pollinger, Lanti, and myself. Getting under the shelter of the north ridge, we continued on, keeping to the east of it, till about midday, when we reached an altitude of about 21,000 feet. Here it was that I first began to feel acutely the effects of the altitude, and had great trouble in breathing. We rested for a while, and as we had brought a small supply of wood with us, lighted a fire and prepared some tea. This did not have the desired effect of restoring me, and as it was already late, I sent on Zurbriggen, instructing him to reach the summit if he could. About 3/4 of an hour after he left me, I again struggled on, and managed to reach the base of the great cliff which rises to the summit of Aconcagua. It is necessary to skirt along the base of this till the small couloir is reached by which the final ascent is made. Here, at an altitude of 22,000 feet, I was completely disabled, and was obliged to lie flat down on my back and gasp for breath. I saw that it would be impossible for me to reach the summit that day, so I was obliged again to turn back, this time about 1,000 feet from the summit. I was so weak in the knees that I was unable to hold myself up for more than a few paces at a time, and I continually fell forward, cutting myself upon the sharp stones that covered the mountain side. I crawled along in this miserable plight towards a long patch of snow that extended down the slope, and overcome by sheer exhaustion, I was obliged to measure my length on the ground and roll down the mountain side. Zurbriggen returned just after sunset, in a terribly exhausted condition. So weary was he that I was unable to get any information out of him beyond the bare fact that he had reached the summit. On the following day he said that after leaving me he had continued up to the base of the mountain, reaching it about 3 in the afternoon. From here, in about 2 hours, he had reached the summit by way of the smaller couloir that leads up to the saddle between the eastern or highest and the western peak. He was unable to see anything from the top, as he was enveloped in clouds, and snow fell heavily for part of the time. He reported the wind to be something terrible. He was immensely fatigued coming down, and was indeed scarcely able to stand up part of the time. The next day we returned to our camp at Inca, whence we telegraphed home the news of the ascent of Aconcagua. Editor's note: 6 days after the success of Zurbriggen in reaching the summit of Aconcagua, it was reached a second time by members of Mr. Fitzgerald's party, and on this occasion, the weather being favorable, it was possible to make interesting and important observations. A second paper by Mr. Fitzgerald will relate the story of this last ascent, and also how the party reached the top of Tupungato, another of the great South American peaks. End of the Ascent of Aconcagua by Edward A. Fitzgerald. Read by Phil Schempf.
Clara and Robert Schumann by Arthur Elson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clara and Robert Schumann. From Woman's Work in Music. History has never witnessed a more perfect union of two similar natures, both endowed with rich mental gifts, and each filled with a perfect sympathy for the other, than the marriage of Robert Schumann and Clara Wieck. It holds a place in the story of music similar to that occupied by the romance of Abelard and Eloise in poetry. The lives of both composers afford an example of the most unselfish devotion and depth of affection, combined with the highest idealism in an art that poets themselves have admitted to be even nobler than their own. The birth of Clara Wieck, on September 13th, 1819, took place at Leipzig. That city had not yet entered upon the period of musical greatness that it was soon to enjoy. The day of Beethoven and Schubert was apparently passing, and only the lighter and more trivial styles of composition held sway. Her father, however, Friedrich Wieck, was a piano teacher of extensive reputation and most excellent qualities, and did his best to raise the standard of the place. From him, and from her mother as well, the young Clara inherited her innate musical taste. But the maternal influence was not of long duration, for domestic troubles soon caused the separation of Wieck and his wife, the latter marrying the father of Woldemar Bargiel, while the former also entered into a second union with Clementine Fechner at Leipzig. A daughter of this second marriage, Marie Wieck, won some fame as a pianist, but was far surpassed by her elder half-sister. Clara did not at first show signs of becoming a child prodigy, but in her 5th year she gave indications of possessing musical talent, and her careful father proceeded at once to develop her powers. So successful were his individual methods, that in 4 years she was able to play Mozart and Hummel concertos by heart, and ready to sustain her part in public. Her first appearance was in conjunction with Emily Reichold, one of her father's older pupils, with whom she played Kalkbrenner's variations on a march from Moses. One important paper of the time spoke of her success as universal and well deserved, and did not hesitate to predict a great future for her under her honoured father's wise guidance. Wieck had been the subject of much criticism on account of his supposed harshness and severity. In the matter of Clara's musical training, however, these charges cannot be sustained, as one of her own letters will show. "My father has come before the world in an entirely false light," she writes, "because he took art earnestly, and brought me up to regard it earnestly. People have no idea how utterly different from the usual standards must be the whole education and career of any one who wishes to accomplish something worth while in art. In connection with artistic development, my father kept the physical development especially in view also. I never studied more than 2 hours a day in the earliest times, or 3 in later years, but I had also to take a daily walk with him of just as many hours to strengthen my nerves. Moreover, while I was not yet grown up, he always took me home from every entertainment at 10 o'clock, as he considered sleep before midnight necessary for me. He never let me go to balls, as he judged I could use my strength for more important things than dancing, but he always let me go to good operas. In many free hours I used to grow enthusiastic over piano arrangements of operas and other music. One cannot do that when one is tired out. Besides that, I had, even in earliest youth, intercourse with the most distinguished artists. They, and not dolls, were the friends of my childhood, though I was not deprived of the latter. Those people who have no comprehension of such a serious bringing up ascribed it all to tyranny and severity, and held my accomplishments, which may indeed have been more than those of a child, to be impossible unless I had been forced to study day and night. As a matter of fact, it was wholly my father's genius for teaching that brought me so far, by cultivation of the intellect and the feelings united with only moderate practice. To my pain, she continues, I must say that my father has never been recognized as he deserved to be. I shall thank him during my entire lifetime for the so-called severities. How would I have been able to live through a career of art, with all the heavy difficulties that were laid upon me, if my constitution had not been so strong and healthy because of my father's care?" About this time there came upon the scene a youth named Robert Schumann. Born in 1810, of a family that was literary rather than musical, he had obtained some knowledge of the art with his father's consent. After the death of the latter, his mother would not hear of his choosing a musical career, but insisted on his studying law. This he did at Heidelberg in a rather original manner, taking long walks, reading Jean Paul's works, and practising piano nearly every day. In the summer he met Wieck, whom he adopted as a teacher, and in this way he came to know the learned pedagogue's talented daughter. Her musical education was now beginning to bear fruit. In the concert tours that she began soon after her first triumph, she never allowed herself to be carried away by the fondness of the public for mere display, but always aimed at something higher. Instead of making a show of her technical attainments, she consecrated her powers to the cause of true art. It required great courage to uphold her standard, for she came upon the scene at a time when only phenomenal playing, bristling with seemingly unconquerable difficulties, won the public homage, and the public wealth. Herein both she and her future husband showed themselves actuated by the very highest motives. Unfortunately for the romantic side of the story, theirs was not a case of love at first sight. No less than 5 years after their first meeting, we find Schumann deeply interested in a certain Ernestine von Fricken, another pupil of Wieck. It is stated that the beautiful numbers of the Carnival were due largely, if not wholly, to her inspiration, which at that time reached its highest point. The letters A, S, C, and H, the German way of notating B, represent the Bohemian town of Asch, where she was born, and are also the only musical letters in Schumann's own name. He himself noted this coincidence in a letter to Moscheles, and built the themes of the various numbers almost wholly upon them. However this may be, he certainly had a great admiration for Clara, even in her early years. He took piano lessons from her father, and became for a time an inmate of their house. He owed much to the teaching, but still more to the stimulating artistic society of the Wieck family. In 1829 he left his teacher and made a final effort to prepare for the legal career that his mother had planned for him. It was of little avail, however, for in the next year we find him writing home that his entire life had been but a 20 years' strife between poetry and prose, or music and law, and it must now cease. So earnestly did he plead his case that his mother at last yielded to his wishes, though with fear and trembling, and the final decision was referred to Wieck. That artist, who had by this time fully recognized Schumann's great gifts, gave his decision in favor of music, and the young enthusiast, after having his affairs duly settled, returned to Leipzig and devoted himself altogether to art. It is probable that he would have given himself wholly to the career of a successful pianist but for an accident. After a year of painstaking practice, he invented a contrivance by which the weaker fingers were allowed to gain strength by usage, while the third finger was held back. This mechanism was altogether too successful, for, after using it some time, he found his third finger so badly crippled that he was forced to give up hope of ever winning fame on the concert stage. What seemed a catastrophe to him was proven a blessing to the world, for if he had spent his life in executing the works of others, he would never have had the leisure to create his own immortal compositions. Meanwhile Clara was steadily improving her already remarkable powers. Besides keeping up her playing, she now began regular study in composition. In later life the two were to labour together in many pieces, but even at this time Schumann's interest in her work was great, and in one of his early compositions (Impromptu, opus No. 5) we find him using a theme of hers as the basis of his own piece. The 11-year-old girl was now started upon a series of tours by her father, who wished to give her some idea of the world and to let the world gain some knowledge of her attainments. From Dresden he writes home joyfully to his wife: "It is impossible to describe the sensation that your two little monkeys from the Leipzig menagerie have made here." But the fatherly care and wisdom were not lacking, for he continues: "I am anxious lest the honours and distinctions should have a bad influence upon Clara. If I notice anything of the sort, then I shall travel further at once, for I am too proud of her modesty, and would not exchange it for any decoration in the world." In the next year the triumphs were continued at Weimar, Cassel, and Frankfurt. After winning the approval of Spohr and other competent judges, who were above all envy, she proceeded to Paris, where her father had the proud privilege of exhibiting her talents to Chopin. In Weimar, Goethe took a deep interest in the wonderful child, and sent his picture to the richly endowed Kunstreichen, Clara Wieck, as a token of the pleasure her playing had given him. As the result of her Parisian meeting with Chopin, she became one of the best interpreters of that master's works, and gave them to the world in much the same manner as she did those of Schumann soon afterward. Usually her work in educating the public was successful, but critics are not all safe guides, and even to day we find many unmusical men in responsible newspaper positions, so it is not surprising to find an occasional misunderstanding occur. In Vienna, for instance, we find the influential but self-important Rellstab writing that it is "a shame that she is in the hands of a father who allows such nonsense as Chopin's to be played." These strictures did not extend to the performance, however, and the writer does not fail to acknowledge her marked talent. Fétis bears witness to the lively sensation she created on the banks of the Seine, while along the Danube she won victory on victory. The aristocracy were eager to admit her to their circle, and the Austrian Empress named her court virtuoso, an honour never before bestowed on a foreigner. Some time before this she had won the attention and interest of the young Schumann, if nothing more. He had been at work on a symphony in G minor, which, by the way, proved a failure and was never published, and the performance of the first movement in his native Zwickau took place at a concert given there by Clara, then only 13. Even then her performance was astonishing, and, as Schumann put it, Zwickau was fired with enthusiasm for the first time in its life. Schumann was no less excited than the rest of the town. His letters of that time are full of expressions that seem to betray a deeper feeling, though he himself did not become conscious of it until later. "Call her perfection," he writes to a friend, "and I will agree to it." In a Leipzig tribute he inquires, "Is it the gifted child of genius (Wunderkind), at whose stretch of a tenth people shake their heads but admire? Is it the hardest of difficulties which she throws off to the public as if they were wreaths of flowers? Is it perhaps mere pride with which the city looks upon its daughter, or is it because she gives us the most interesting things of the most recent times with the least delay? I do not know, but I do feel, simply, that she has the spirit that compels admiration." The great poets, too, gave her their tributes of praise. "They recognized in this inspiring vision," says Liszt, "a true daughter of their fatherland. They strewed their pearls of song before her, and glorified this Benjamin of their race, who, gazing about with inspired glances and wondrous smiles, seemed like a silent Naiad who felt herself a stranger in the land of prose." Meanwhile the love that had been growing in silence between her and Schumann began to take tangible form. His unspoken passion found expression in the written rhapsodies addressed to Chiarina in his new music journal, the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik. In a more purely musical manner, his feelings took shape in such works as his Daidsbündler dances, the Chiarina of the Carnival, the F sharp minor sonata, the Kreisleriana, the Humoresque, the Novelettes, and the Nocturnes, truly an offering of rare beauty, and well worthy to express the feelings of the inspired lover. They bore witness of his adoration to all who knew him, and all who were able to listen with understanding ears. And Clara, too, in spite of high honours and higher friendship, had already given her heart to the silent man endowed with a deep spirit of romance and poetry. She was his, in spite of the opposition of her father, who guarded his treasure with a jealous eye, and would hear of no marriage unless in the distant future. It was in 1836 that the two lovers came to an understanding. In the next summer Schumann made formal mention of his suit to her father. Wieck's refusal may have been due to his entertaining higher hopes for his now famous daughter; but at any rate the father found an adequate reason in the vague and unsubstantial prospects of the young composer. This was a sad blow, but Schumann tacitly acknowledged its justice, for he soon began making efforts to better his condition, instead of working only for the glory of art. Although he tried to resign himself to give Clara up, he could not do so, and with her consent he left for Vienna in hopes of giving his musical journal a broader field. The effort was not a success. Schumann found Vienna no less trivial in its tastes than many other places, and wrote home that people could "gabble and gossip quite as much as in Zwickau." His sojourn there had one important result in his discovery of Schubert's beautiful C major symphony, which he sent to Mendelssohn for performance at the Leipsic Gewandhaus. Disappointed in material prospects, he tried to obtain a more honourable position by getting a doctor's degree from the University of Jena. "You know, perhaps, that Clara is my betrothed," he writes to an influential friend. "Her high rank as an artist has often led me to consider my own humble position, and although I know how modest she is, and that she loves me simply as a man and a musician, still I think it would please her to have me seek a higher position in the civic sense of the word. Let me ask you, is it very hard to get a doctor's degree at Jena?" Apparently it was not hard when a man of Schumann's fame applied, for in another letter he writes, "Everything combined to fill the measure of my joy. The eulogy is so glorious that I certainly owe you a large share of thanks for it. It gave me and my friends most sincere pleasure. The first thing I did was, of course, to send a copy into the North to a girl who is still a child, and who will dance with glee at the idea that she is engaged to a doctor." But Wieck's refusal to sanction the marriage could not be altered. In fact, his opposition became even stronger and more determined. Finding any direct appeal of no avail, Schumann was forced to have recourse to law, and Wieck was compelled to give reason for his refusal before a legal tribunal. Although Schumann was not rich, yet he possessed some income from his paper, and his other work brought him enough reward to enable him to make a home for Clara. Besides these receipts, he had a small property that gave him an annual return of 500 thalers, and as he himself wrote, "We are young, we have hands, strength, and reputation. Tell me now if there can be real cause for fear." Nevertheless, the case dragged on, and a nature as sensitive as his must have been deeply mortified by the legal wrangling and the publicity of the affair. At last a favourable decision was reached, and after a year of doubt and suspense the marriage took place on September 12, 1840. Henceforth their life was one perfect union. There could be no happier marriage in the world than this one, where a man of creative genius was mated with a girl gifted with the ability and the wish to interpret his works earnestly and faithfully. They regarded art from different points, but with the same ideas and ideals. Both were wholly devoted to all that was true and noble, and both felt the same antipathy to whatever was trivial or superficial. Together they moved along the pathway of life. Together they won laurels. "To admire one or the other was to admire both," says Liszt, "for though they sang in different tongues, their life music made but one noble harmony. The annals of art will never divide the memory of these two, and their names can never be spoken separately." And now Schumann's happiness began to take tangible form and show itself to the world. Hitherto his compositions had been chiefly for the pianoforte, but now his genius burst forth in song. Cycle followed cycle during the next few years, and the fortunate lover sang of his happiness in strains of such romantic beauty that their charm can never fade, while love and music have power to sway the passions of mankind. The warm feeling and emotion in the poems of Rückert, of Chamisso, of Heine, were echoed and intensified by the choicest melodies of the art that is said to begin its expression where language ends. That Clara had some direct share in these songs, besides publishing many of her own, there can be no manner of doubt. She certainly formed their inspiration, and must have assisted in the task of preparing them. These works placed Schumann in the foremost rank of song composers, and he is now held equal to Schubert and Franz in this form, if not actually the greatest song writer in the world. Franz is more delicate, Schubert more simply melodious, but Schumann's songs are endowed with a warm vigour of strong emotion that has never been equalled. His contemporaries felt their force, but hardly realized their full power, for one of the writers on Schumann's own paper accorded them only a secondary rank. "In your essay on song writing," the composer replies, "it has somewhat distressed me that you should have placed me in the second rank. I do not ask to stand in the first, but I think I have some pretension to a place of my own." Posterity has been proud to place him with the foremost. In other matters besides those relating to art, the marriage was perfectly happy. Both husband and wife possessed simple domestic tastes, and both were endowed with the innate modesty that prevented their being harmed by the continual praise of the world. They lived for each other and for their children. He modelled his compositions on lines to suit her artistic nature, and she threw herself ardently into the task of giving these works to the world. Her days were spent in winning fame for him, or in shielding his sensitive and irritable nature from too rude contact with the world. Now that his life was one of perfect tranquillity, he withdrew more than ever from intercourse with strangers, and became wholly absorbed in his domestic felicity and his creative work. The complete happiness of his married life was bound to produce its effect on his nature, and not only in the songs, but in the larger works also. His most beautiful music is due to the inspiring influences of this part of his life. After a time his wife was able to entice him from the quiet home, first in Leipzig, then Dresden, and finally Düsseldorf, that sheltered this scene of domestic harmony. Sometimes her tours were taken alone, but at last she was able to draw him with her into the world. In Germany, in the Netherlands, in Austria, even in Russia, constant triumphs awaited them. There were a few exceptions, chief among them being Vienna, the city where Mozart struggled so long in vain, and where Gluck was unable to produce more than a passing impression by his great operatic reforms. But nearly all the places they visited offered admiration and incense to the faithful pair of artists. Through Schumann's genius that of his wife was influenced, and Clara Schumann became far greater than Clara Wieck had ever been. She became a true priestess of art. She did not rest until she gave the world a clear understanding of the depth of thought in his great works. She made her fame serve his, and considered the recognition of his qualities her own reward. Yet it still happened at times that this recognition came slowly, and in Vienna, as late as 1846, he was spoken of merely as the husband of Clara Wieck, and after the court concert given by her, some one turned to him with the question, "Are you musical too?" Gradually the perfect happiness was marred by the growing sickness of Schumann. Always extremely nervous and excitable, he had on one or two earlier occasions been forced to forego work. In 1851 the disease became evident again. By degrees his conduct grew more and more eccentric, and he became a victim of actual delusions. He often insisted that he heard one particular note, or certain harmonies sounding, or voices whispering messages of hope or of sorrow. One night the spirits of Schubert and Mendelssohn seemed to reveal a theme to him, upon which he tried to complete a set of variations. At times he would work calmly and sensibly, but one day, in a fit of mental anguish, he left his house alone, and threw himself into the Rhine. Rescued by some boatmen, he went home to experience a few more lucid periods, but insanity gradually mastered him. His last 2 years were spent in a private asylum near Bonn, where he died July 29th, 1846. His wife, who had been on a tour in London, returned just in time to witness his end. He was buried in Bonn, near the tombs of Beethoven and Schubert. As widow, Clara Schumann continued faithfully the work of her married life. Her many tours were still a means of performing her husband's music, and she was able to know that her life work was successful in Germany at least. Soon after his death, the name of Schumann became immortal, and the very peculiarities of his work were recognized as essentially national in character. His widow found a home with her mother in Berlin, where she stayed for 4 years, and whither she returned after 12 years in Baden-Baden. In 1878 she became chief teacher of piano in the school founded by Dr. Hoch at Frankfort, and there for 10 years she lived and worked with the most complete success. In 1892 she retired from her labours, and on May 19th, 1896, her long life of usefulness came to a quiet end. 5 days later she was laid at rest with her husband in the peaceful little cemetery at Bonn. In private life as well as in public performance, her personality remained one of earnest simplicity and nobility of thought. She was admired and loved by all who knew her, and when failing health compelled her to give up her teaching, their affection showed itself in the substantial form of a large subscription. Her compositions, according to the foremost critics, are not numerous, but show the sincerity of purpose that marks all her work. Even her earliest pieces, chiefly short dance forms for piano, are redeemed from triviality by interesting rhythms and fresh, almost abrupt modulations. They are mostly delicate rather than forceful, with frequent ornaments and staccato passages that require a light and skilful touch. Among her later and more serious works, the G minor trio is musicianly and interesting. The 3 cadences to Beethoven concertos are charming examples of their kind, and the preludes and fugues (opus 16) form an excellent legato study, and are eminently successful in construction as well. A piano concerto (opus 7), dedicated to Spohr, is short and poorly balanced, the first movement being a single solo leading into an andante. The later works, especially the songs, show plainly the influence of her husband's great genius. The list of her published compositions is as follows: Opus 1, Quatre Polonaises, piano. Opus 2, Caprice en forme de valse, piano. Opus 3, Romance variée, piano. Opus 4, Valse romantique, piano. Opus 5, 4 pièces caractéristiques, piano. Opus 6, Soirée musicale, 6 pieces, piano. Opus 7, Piano concerto in A minor. Opus 8, Variations de concert, Pirate de Bellini, piano. Opus 9, Souvenir de Vienne, impromptu, piano. Opus 10, Scherzo for piano. Opus 11, 3 romances, piano. Opus 12, 3 songs from Rupesfrühling. Opus 13, 6 songs. Opus 14, second scherzo, piano. Opus 15, 4 pièces fugitives, piano. Opus 16, 3 preludes and fugues, piano. Opus 17, trio G minor for piano, violin and cello. Opus 18 and 19 did not appear. Opus 20, piano variations on a theme of Robert Schumann. Opus 21, 3 romances, piano. Opus 22, 3 romances, piano and violin. Opus 23, 6 songs from Rollet's Jucunde. Without opus number, cadenzas to Beethoven's concertos opus 37 and 58. Song Liebeszauber, Geibel, Andante and Allegro for piano. Song Am Strand, and a march in E flat, composed in 1879 for a golden wedding. Clara Schumann edited Breitkopf and Hertel's edition of her husband's works, and issued a volume of his early letters. End of Clara and Robert Schumann. From Woman's Work in Music, by Arthur Elson.
Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, from the French Constitution of 1791. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The representatives of the French people, organized in National Assembly, considering that ignorance, forgetfulness, or contempt of the rights of man are the sole causes of the public miseries and of the corruption of governments, have resolved to set forth in a solemn declaration the natural, inalienable, and sacred rights of man, in order that this declaration, being ever present to all the members of the social body, may unceasingly remind them of their rights and their duties, in order that the acts of the legislative power and those of the executive power may be each moment compared with the aim of every political institution, and thereby may be more respected, and in order that the demands of the citizens, grounded henceforth upon simple and incontestable principles, may always take the direction of maintaining the Constitution and the welfare of all. In consequence, the National Assembly recognizes and declares, in the presence and under the auspices of the Supreme Being, the following rights of man and citizen. 1. Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Social distinctions can be based only upon public utility. 2. The aim of every political association is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. 3. The source of all sovereignty is essentially in the nation. No body, no individual can exercise authority that does not proceed from it in plain terms. 4. Liberty consists in the power to do anything that does not injure others. Accordingly, the exercise of the natural rights of each man has no limits, except those that secure to the other members of society the enjoyment of these same rights. These limits can be determined only by law. 5. The law has the right to forbid only such actions as are injurious to society. Nothing can be forbidden that is not interdicted by the law, and no one can be constrained to do that which it does not order. 6. Law is the expression of the general will. All citizens have the right to take part personally or by their representatives in its formation. It must be the same for all, whether it protects or punishes. All citizens, being equal in its eyes, are equally eligible to all public dignities, places, and employments, according to their capacities, and without other distinction than that of their virtues and their talents. 7. No man can be accused, arrested, or detained except in the cases determined by the law and according to the forms that it has prescribed. Those who procure, expedite, execute, or cause to be executed arbitrary orders ought to be punished. But every citizen summoned or seized in virtue of the law ought to render instant obedience. He makes himself guilty by resistance. 8. The law ought to establish only penalties that are strictly and obviously necessary, and no one can be punished except in virtue of a law established and promulgated prior to the offence, and legally applied. 9. Every man being presumed innocent until he has been pronounced guilty. If it is thought indispensable to arrest him, all severity that may not be necessary to secure his person ought to be strictly suppressed by law. 10. No one should be disturbed on account of his opinions, even religious, provided their manifestation does not derange the public order established by law. 11. The free communication of ideas and opinions is one of the most precious of the rights of man. Every citizen, then, can freely speak, write, and print, subject to responsibility for the abuse of this freedom in the cases determined by law. 12. The guarantee of the rights of man and citizen requires a public force. This force, then, is instituted for the advantage of all, and not for the personal benefit of those to whom it is entrusted. 13. For the maintenance of the public force and for the expenses of administration, a general tax is indispensable. It ought to be equally apportioned among all the citizens according to their means. 14. All the citizens have the right to ascertain by themselves or by their representatives the necessity of the public tax, to consent to it freely, to follow the employment of it, and to determine the quota, the assessment, the collection, and the duration of it. 15. Society has the right to call for an account of his administration from every public agent. 16. Any society in which the guarantee of the rights is not secured, or the separation of powers not determined, has no constitution at all. 17. Property being a sacred and inviolable right, no one can be deprived of it, unless a legally established public necessity evidently demands it under the condition of a just and prior indemnity. End of Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, from the French Constitution of 1791.
Transcendental Wild Oats, an account of Bronson Alcott's utopian experiment, Fruitlands, by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Original characters of Transcendental Wild Oats: Timon Lyon, Charles Lane, his son William Lane; Abel Lamb, A. Bronson Alcott; Sister Hope, Mrs. Alcott; her daughters, the Alcott girls, John Pease, Samuel Bauer; Forrest Absalom, Abraham Everett; Moses White, Joseph Palmer; Jane Gage, Anna Page. Transcendental Wild Oats, a chapter from an unwritten romance. On the first day of June, 1840 , a large wagon, drawn by a small horse, and containing a motley load, went lumbering over certain New England hills, with the pleasing accompaniments of wind, rain, and hail. A serene man with a serene child upon his knee was driving, or rather being driven, for the small horse had it all his own way. A brown boy with a William Penn style of countenance sat beside him, firmly embracing a bust of Socrates. Behind them was an energetic looking woman, with a benevolent brow, satirical mouth, and eyes brimful of hope and courage. A baby reposed upon her lap, a mirror leaned against her knee, and a basket of provisions danced about at her feet, as she struggled with a large, unruly umbrella. Two blue-eyed little girls, with hands full of childish treasures, sat under one old shawl, chatting happily together. In front of this lively party stalked a tall, sharp-featured man in a long blue cloak, and a fourth small girl trudged along beside him through the mud, as if she rather enjoyed it. The wind whistled over the bleak hills, the rain fell in a despondent drizzle, and twilight began to fall. But the calm man gazed as tranquilly into the fog as if he beheld a radiant bow of promise spanning the gray sky. The cheery woman tried to cover everyone but herself with the big umbrella. The brown boy pillowed his head on the bald pate of Socrates and slumbered peacefully. The little girls sang lullabies to their dolls in soft maternal murmurs. The sharp-nosed pedestrian marched steadily on, with the blue cloak streaming out behind him like a banner, and the lively infant splashed through the puddles with a duck-like satisfaction pleasant to behold. Thus these modern pilgrims journeyed hopefully out of the old world to found a new one in the wilderness. The editors of the Transcendental Tripod had received from Messrs. Lion and Lamb, two of the aforesaid pilgrims, a communication from which the following statement is an extract. We have made arrangements with the proprietor of an estate of about 100 acres, which liberates this tract from human ownership. Here we shall prosecute our effort to initiate a family in harmony with the primitive instincts of man. Ordinary secular farming is not our object. Fruit, grain, pulse, herbs, flax, and other vegetable products, receiving assiduous attention, will afford ample manual occupation and chaste supplies for the bodily needs. It is intended to adorn the pastures with orchards, and to supersede the labor of cattle by the spade and the pruning knife. Consecrated to human freedom, the land awaits the sober culture of devoted men. Beginning with small pecuniary means, this enterprise must be rooted in a reliance on the succors of an ever bounteous Providence, whose vital affinities, being secured by this union with uncorrupted field and unworldly persons, the cares and injuries of a life of gain are avoided. The inner nature of each member of the family is at no time neglected. Our plan contemplates all such disciplines, cultures, and habits as evidently conduce to the purifying of the inmates. Pledged to the spirit alone, the founders anticipate no hasty or numerous addition to their numbers. The kingdom of peace is entered only through the gates of self-denial, and felicity is the test and the reward of loyalty to the unswerving law of love. This prospective Eden at present consisted of an old red farmhouse, a dilapidated barn, many acres of meadowland, and a grove. 10 ancient apple trees were all the chaste supply which the place offered as yet, but in the firm belief that plenteous orchards were soon to be evoked from their inner consciousness, these sanguine founders had christened their domain Fruitlands. Here Timon Lion intended to found a colony of Latter-day Saints, who, under his patriarchal sway, should regenerate the world and glorify his name forever. Here Abel Lamb, with the devoutest faith in the high ideal which was to him a living truth, desired to plant a paradise where beauty, virtue, justice, and love might live happily together without the possibility of a serpent entering in. And here his wife, unconverted, but faithful to the end, hoped after many wanderings over the face of the earth to find rest for herself and a home for her children. "There is our new abode," announced the enthusiast, smiling with a satisfaction quite undamped by the drops dripping from his hat brim, as they turned at length into a cart path that wound along a steep hillside into a barren looking valley. "A little difficult of access," observed his practical wife, as she endeavored to keep her various household goods from going overboard with every lurch of the laden ark. "Like all good things, but those who earnestly desire and patiently seek will soon find us," placidly responded the philosopher from the mud, through which he was now endeavoring to pilot the much enduring horse. "Truth lies at the bottom of a well, Sister Hope," said Brother Timon, pausing to detach his small comrade from a gate, whereon she was perched for a clearer gaze into futurity. "That's the reason we so seldom get at it, I suppose," replied Mrs. Hope, making a vain clutch at the mirror, which a sudden jolt sent flying out of her hands. "We want no false reflections here," said Timon with a grim smile, as he crunched the fragments underfoot in his onward march. Sister Hope held her peace, and looked wistfully through the mist at her promised home. The old red house with a hospitable glimmer at the windows cheered her eyes, and, considering the weather, was a fitter refuge than the sylvan bowers some of the more ardent souls might have preferred. The newcomers were welcomed by one of the elect precious, a regenerate farmer whose idea of reform consisted chiefly in wearing white cotton raiment and shoes of untanned leather. This costume, with a snowy beard, gave him a venerable and at the same time a somewhat bridal appearance. The goods and chattels of the society not having arrived, the weary family reposed before the fire on blocks of wood, while Brother Moses White regaled them with roasted potatoes, brown bread, and water in 2 plates, a tin pan, and 1 mug, his table service being limited. But having cast the forms and vanities of a depraved world behind them, the elders welcomed hardship with the enthusiasm of new pioneers, and the children heartily enjoyed this foretaste of what they believed was to be a sort of perpetual picnic. During the progress of this frugal meal 2 more brothers appeared. One a dark, melancholy man, clad in homespun, whose peculiar mission was to turn his name hind part before and use as few words as possible. The other was a bland, bearded Englishman, who expected to be saved by eating uncooked food and going without clothes. He had not yet adopted the primitive costume, however, but contented himself with meditatively chewing dry beans out of a basket. "Every meal should be a sacrament, and the vessels used should be beautiful and symbolical," observed Brother Lamb, mildly righting the tin pan slipping about on his knees. "I priced a silver service when in town, but it was too costly, so I got some graceful cups and vases of Britannia ware." "Hardest thing in the world to keep right. Will whiting be allowed in the community?" inquired Sister Hope, with a housewife's interest in labor-saving institutions. "Such trivial questions will be discussed at a more fitting time," answered Brother Timon sharply, as he burnt his fingers with a very hot potato. "Neither sugar, molasses, milk, butter, cheese, nor flesh are to be used among us, for nothing is to be admitted which has caused wrong or death to man or beast." Our garments are to be linen till we learn to raise our own cotton, or some substitute for woolen fabrics," added Brother Abel, blissfully basking in an imaginary future as warm and brilliant as the generous fire before him. "How about shoes?" asked Brother Moses, surveying his own with interest. "We must yield that point till we can manufacture an innocent substitute for leather. Bark, wood, or some durable fabric will be invented in time. Meanwhile, those who desire to carry out our idea to the fullest extent can go barefooted," said Lyon, who liked extreme measures. "I never will, nor let my girls," murmured rebellious Sister Hope under her breath. "How do you calculate to treat the 10-acre lot? Ef things ain't tended to right smart, we shan't have no crops," observed the practical patriarch in cotton. "We shall spade it," replied Abel in such perfect good faith that Moses said no more, though he indulged in a shake of the head as he glanced at hands that had held nothing heavier than a pen for years. He was a paternal old soul, and regarded the younger men as promising boys on a new sort of lark. "What shall we do for lamps, if we cannot use any animal substance? I do hope light of some sort is to be thrown upon the enterprise," said Mrs. Lamb with anxiety, for in those days kerosene and camphene were not, and gas unknown in the wilderness. "We shall go without till we have discovered some vegetable oil or wax to serve us," replied Brother Timon in a decided tone, which caused Sister Hope to resolve that her private lamp should always be trimmed, if not burning. "Each member is to perform the work for which experience, strength, and taste best fit him," continued Dictator Lyon. "Thus drudgery and disorder will be avoided, and harmony prevail. We shall rise at dawn, begin the day by bathing, followed by music, and then a chaste repast of fruit and bread. Each one finds congenial occupation till the meridian meal, when some deep searching conversation gives rest to the body and development to the mind. Healthful labor again engages us till the last meal, when we assemble in social communion, prolonged till sunset, when we retire to sweet repose, ready for the next day's activity." "What part of the work do you incline to yourself?" asked Sister Hope with a humorous glimmer in her keen eyes. "I shall wait till it is made clear to me. Being in preference to doing is the great aim, and this comes to us rather than by a resigned willingness than a willful activity, which is a check to all divine growth," responded Brother Timon. "I thought so," and Mrs. Lamb sighed audibly, for during the year he had spent in her family, Brother Timon had so faithfully carried out his idea of being, not doing, that she had found his divine growth both an expensive and unsatisfactory process. Here her husband struck into the conversation, his face shining with the light and joy of the splendid dreams and high ideals hovering before him. "In these steps of reform we do not rely so much on scientific reasoning or physiological skill as on the Spirit's dictates. The greater part of man's duty consists in leaving alone much that he now does. Shall I stimulate with tea, coffee, or wine? No. Shall I consume flesh? Not if I value health. Shall I subjugate cattle? Shall I claim property in any created thing? Shall I trade? Shall I adopt a form of religion? Shall I interest myself in politics? To how many of these questions could we ask them deeply enough, and could they be heard as having relation to our eternal welfare, would the response be abstain?" A mild snore seemed to echo the last word of Abel's rhapsody, for Brother Moses had succumbed to mundane slumber and sat nodding like a massive ghost. Forrest Absolom, the silent man, and John Pease, the English member, now departed to the barn, and Mrs. Lamb led her flock to a temporary fold, leaving the founders of the consociate family to build castles in the air till the fire went out and the symposium ended in smoke. The furniture arrived next day and was soon bestowed, for the principal property of the community consisted in books. To this rare library was devoted the best room in the house, and the few busts and pictures that still survived many flittings were added to beautify the sanctuary, for here the family was to meet for amusement, instruction, and worship. Any housewife can imagine the emotions of Sister Hope when she took possession of a large, dilapidated kitchen containing an old stove and the peculiar stores out of which food was to be evolved for her little family of 11. Cakes of maple sugar, dried peas and beans, barley and hominy, meal of all sorts, potatoes and dried fruit. No milk, butter, cheese, tea, or meat appeared. Even salt was considered a useless luxury, and spice entirely forbidden by these lovers of Spartan simplicity. A 10 years' experience of vegetarian vagaries had been good training for this new freak, and her sense of the ludicrous supported her through many trying scenes. Unleavened bread, porridge, and water for breakfast, bread, vegetables, and water for dinner. Bread, fruit, and water for supper was the bill of fare ordained by the elders. No teapot profaned that sacred stove, no gory steak cried aloud for vengeance from her chaste gridiron, and only a brave woman's taste, time, and temper were sacrificed on that domestic altar. The vexed question of light was settled by buying a quantity of bayberry wax for candles, and on discovering that no one knew how to make them, pine knots were introduced to be used when absolutely necessary. Being summer, the evenings were not long, and the weary fraternity found it no great hardship to retire with the birds. The inner light was sufficient for most of them, but Mrs. Lamb rebelled. Evening was the only time she had to herself, and while the tired feet rested, the skillful hands mended torn frocks and little stockings, or anxious heart forgot its burden in a book. So mother's lamp burned steadily, while the philosophers built a new heaven and earth by moonlight, and throughout all the metaphysical mists and philanthropic pyrotechnics of that period, Sister Hope played her own little game of throwing light, and none but the moths were the worse for it. Such farming probably was never seen before since Adam delved. The band of brothers began by spading garden and field, but a few days of it lessened their ardor amazingly. Blistered hands and aching backs suggested the expediency of permitting the use of cattle till the workers were better fitted for noble toil by a summer of the new life. Brother Moses brought a yoke of oxen from his farm. At least the philosophers thought so till it was discovered that one of the animals was a cow, and Moses confessed that he must be let down easy, for he couldn't live on garden sarce entirely. Great was Dictator Lyon's indignation at this lapse from virtue. But time pressed, the work must be done, so the meek cow was permitted to wear the yoke, and the recreant brother continued to enjoy forbidden draughts in the barn, which dark proceeding caused the children to regard him as one set apart for destruction. The sewing was equally peculiar, for, owing to some mistake, The three brethren who devoted themselves to this graceful task found, when about halfway through the job, that each had been sowing a different sort of grain in the same field, a mistake which caused much perplexity, as it could not be remedied, but after a long consultation and a good deal of laughter, it was decided to say nothing and see what would come of it. The garden was planted with a generous supply of useful roots and herbs, but as manure was not allowed to profane the virgin soil, few of these vegetable treasures ever came up. Purslane reigned supreme, and the disappointed planters ate it philosophically, deciding that nature knew what was best for them and would generously supply their needs if they would only learn to digest her sallets and wild roots. The orchard was laid out, a little grafting done, new trees and vines set, regardless of the unfit season, and entire ignorance of the husbandmen, who honestly believed that in the autumn they would reap a bounteous harvest. Slowly things got into order, and rapidly rumors of the new experiment went abroad, causing many strange spirits to flock thither, for in those days communities were the fashion, and transcendentalism raged wildly. Some came to look on and laugh, some to be supported in poetic idleness, a few to believe sincerely and work heartily. Each member was allowed to mount his favorite hobby and ride it to its heart's content. Very queer were some of the riders, and very rampant some of the hobbies. One youth, believing that language was of little consequence if the spirit was only right, startled newcomers by blandly greeting them with "Good morning, damn you," and other remarks of equally mixed order. A second irrepressible being held that all the emotions of the soul should be freely expressed, and illustrated his theory by antics that would have sent him to a lunatic asylum if, as an unregenerate wag said, he had not already been in one. When his spirits soared, he climbed trees and shouted. When doubt assailed him, he lay upon the floor and groaned lamentably. At joyful periods he raced, leaped, and sang. When sad, he wept aloud, and when a great thought burst upon him in the watches of the night, he crowed like a jocund cockerel, to the great delight of the children and the great annoyance of the elders. One musical brother fiddled whenever so moved, sang sentimentally to the four little girls, and put a music box on the wall when he hoed corn. Brother Pease ground away at his uncooked food, or browsed over the farm on sorrel, mint, green fruit, and new vegetables. Occasionally he took his walks abroad, airily attired in an unbleached cotton poncho, which was the nearest approach to the primeval costume he was allowed to indulge in. At midsummer he retired to the wilderness to try his plan where the woodchucks were without prejudices and huckleberry bushes were hospitably full. A sunstroke unfortunately spoiled his plan, and he returned to semi-civilization as a sadder and wiser man. Forrest Absalom preserved his Pythagorean silence, cultivated his fine dark locks, and worked like a beaver, setting an excellent example of brotherly love, justice, and fidelity by his upright life. He it was who helped overworked Sister Hope with her heavy washes, kneaded the endless succession of batches of bread, watched over the children, and did the many tasks left undone by the brethren, who were so busy discussing and defining great duties that they forgot to perform the small ones. Moses White placidly plodded about, "chorin' around," as he called it, looking like an old-time patriarch, with his silver hair and flowing beard, and saving the community from many a mishap by his thrift and Yankee shrewdness. Brother Lyon, domineered over the whole concern, for having put the most money into the speculation, he was resolved to make it pay, as if anything founded on an ideal basis could be expected to do so by any but enthusiasts. Abel Lamb simply reveled in the newness, firmly believing that his dream was to be beautifully realized, and in time not only little Fruitlands, but the whole earth be turned into a happy valley. He worked with every muscle of his body, for he was in deadly earnest. He taught with his whole head and heart, planned and sacrificed, preached and prophesied, with a soul full of the purest aspirations, most unselfish purposes, and desires for a life devoted to God and man, too high and tender to bear the rough usage of this world. It was a little remarkable that only one woman ever joined this community. Mrs. Lamb merely followed wheresoever her husband led, as ballast for his balloon, as she said, in her bright way. Miss Jane Gage was a stout lady of mature years, sentimental, amiable, and lazy. She wrote verses copiously, and had vague yearnings and graspings after the unknown, which led her to believe herself fitted for a higher sphere than any she had yet adorned. Having been a teacher, she was set to instructing the children in the common branches. Each adult member took a turn at the infants, and as each taught in his own way, the result was a chronic state of chaos in the minds of these much afflicted innocents. Sleep, food, and poetic musings were the desires of dear Jane's life, and she shirked all duties as clogs upon her spirit's wings. Any thought of lending a hand with the domestic drudgery never occurred to her, and when to the question, "Are there any beasts of burden on the place?" Mrs. Lamb answered with a face that told its own tale. Only one woman. The buxom Jane took no shame to herself, but laughed at the joke, and let the stout-hearted sister tug on alone. Unfortunately, the poor lady hankered after the flesh pots, and endeavored to stay herself with private sips of milk, crackers, and cheese, and on one dire occasion she partook of fish at a neighbor's table. One of the children reported this sad lapse from virtue, and poor Jane was publicly reprimanded by Timon. "I only took a little bit of the tail," sobbed the penitent poetess. "Yes, but the whole fish had to be tortured and slain, that you might tempt your carnal appetite with that one taste of the tail. Know ye not, consumers of flesh meat, that ye are nourishing the wolf and tiger in your bosoms?" At this awful question, and the peal of laughter which arose from some of the younger brethren, tickled by the ludicrous contrast between the stout sinner, the stern judge, and the naughty satisfaction of the young detective, poor Jane fled from the room to pack her trunk and return to a world where fishes' tails were not forbidden fruit. Transcendental wild oats were sown broadcast that year, and the fame thereof has not yet ceased in the land, for futile as this crop seemed to outsiders, it bore an invisible harvest, worth much to those who planted in earnest. As none of the members of this particular community have ever recounted their experiences before, a few of them may not be amiss, since the interest in these attempts has never died out, and Fruitlands was the most ideal of all these castles in Spain. A new dress was invented, since cotton, silk, and wool were forbidden as the product of slave labor, worm slaughter, and sheep robbery. Tunics and trousers of brown linen were the only wear. The women's skirts were longer, and their straw hat brims wider than the men's, and this was the only difference. Some persecution lent a charm to the costume, and the long-haired, linen-clad reformers quite enjoyed the mild martyrdom they endured when they left home. Money was abjured as the root of all evil. The produce of the land was to supply most of their wants, or to be exchanged for the few things they could not grow. This idea had its inconveniences, but self-denial was the fashion, and it was surprising how many things one can do without. When they desired to travel, they walked, if possible, begged the loan of a vehicle, or boldly entered car or coach, and, stating their principles to the officials, took the consequences. Usually their dress, their earnest frankness, and gentle resolution won them a passage, but now and then they met with hard usage and had the satisfaction of suffering for their principles. On one of these penniless pilgrimages they took passage on a boat, and when fare was demanded, artlessly offered to talk instead of pay. As the boat was well under way, and they actually had not a cent, there was no help for it. So brothers Lion and Lamb held forth to the assembled passengers in their most eloquent style. There must have been something effective in this conversation, for the listeners were moved to take up a contribution for these inspired lunatics who preached peace on earth and goodwill to man so earnestly with empty pockets. A goodly sum was collected, but when the captain presented it, the reformers proved that they were consistent even in their madness, for not a penny would they accept, saying with a look at the group about them whose indifference or contempt had changed to interest and respect, "You see how well we get on without money," and so went serenely on their way with their linen blouses flapping airily in the cold October wind. They preached vegetarianism everywhere, and resisted all temptations of the flesh, contentedly eating apples and bread at well-spread tables, and much afflicting hospitable hostesses by denouncing their food and taking away their appetites, discussing the horrors of shambles, the incorporation of the brute in man, and on elegant abstinence the sign of a pure soul. But when the perplexed or offended ladies asked what they should eat, they got in reply a bill of fare consisting of bowls of sunrise for breakfast, solar seeds of the sphere, dishes from Plutarch's chaste table, and other viands equally hard to find in any modern market. Reform conventions of all sorts were haunted by these brethren, who said many wise things and did many foolish ones. Unfortunately, these wanderings interfered with their harvest at home, but the rule was to do what the spirit moved, so they left their crops to Providence and went a-reaping in wider and, let us hope, more fruitful fields than their own. Luckily the earthly Providence who watched over Abel Lamb was at hand to glean the scanty crop yielded by the uncorrupted land, which, consecrated to human freedom, had received the sober culture of devout men. About the time the grain was ready to house, some call of the Oversoul wafted all the men away. An easterly storm was coming up, and the yellow stacks were sure to be ruined. Then Sister Hope gathered her forces, 3 little girls, 1 boy, Timon's son, and herself, harnessed to clothes baskets and Russia linen sheets, were the only teams she could command, but with these poor appliances the indomitable woman got in the grain and saved food for her young, with the instinct and energy of a mother bird with a brood of hungry nestlings to feed. This attempt at regeneration had its tragic as well as comic side, though the whole world only saw the former. With the first frosts The butterflies, who had sunned themselves in the new light through the summer, took flight, leaving the few bees to see what honey they had stored for winter use. Precious little appeared beyond the satisfaction of a few months of holy living. At first it seemed as if a chance to try holy dying also was to be offered them. Timon, much disgusted with the failure of the scheme, decided to retire to the Shakers, who seemed to be the only successful community going. "What is to become of us?" asked Mrs. Hope, for Abel was heartbroken at the bursting of his lovely bubble. "You can stay here if you like till a tenant is found. No more wood must be cut, however, and no more corn ground. All I have must be sold to pay the debts of the concern, as the responsibility rests with me," was the cheering reply. "Who is to pay us for what we have lost? I gave all I had, furniture, time, strength, 6 months of my children's lives, and all are wasted. Abel gave himself, body and soul, and is almost wrecked by hard work and disappointment. Are we to have no return for this, but leave to starve and freeze in an old house, with winter at hand, no money, and hardly a friend left? For this wild scheme has alienated nearly all we had. You talk much about justice. Let us have a little, since there is nothing else left." But the woman's appeal met with no reply but the old one. It was an experiment. We all risked something, and must bear our losses as we can. With this cold comfort Timon departed with his son, and was absorbed into the Shaker brotherhood, where he soon found that the order of things was reversed, and it was all work and no play. Then the tragedy began for the forsaken little family. Desolation and despair fell upon Abel. As his wife said, his new beliefs had alienated many friends. Some thought him mad, some unprincipled. Even the most kindly thought him a visionary whom it was useless to help till he took more practical views of life. All stood aloof, saying, "Let him work out his own ideas and see what they are worth." He had tried, but it was a failure. The world was not ready for Utopia yet, and those who attempted to found it only got laughed at for their pains. In other days men could sell all and give to the poor, lead lives devoted to holiness and high thought, and after the persecution was over, find themselves honored as saints or martyrs. But in modern times these things are out of fashion. To live for one's principles at all costs is a dangerous speculation, and the failure of an ideal, no matter how humane and noble, is harder for the world to forgive and forget than bank robbery or the grand swindles of corrupt politicians. Deep waters now for Abel, and for a time there seemed no passage through. Strength and spirits were exhausted by hard work and too much thought. Courage failed when, looking about for help, he saw no sympathizing face, no hand outstretched to help him, no voice to say cheerily, "We all make mistakes, and it takes many experiences to shape a life. Try again and let us help you." Every door was closed, every eye averted, every heart cold, and no way open whereby he might earn bread for his children. His principles would not permit him to do many things that others did, and in the few fields where conscience would allow him to work, who would employ a man who had flown in the face of society as he had done? Then this dreamer, whose dream was the life of his life, resolved to carry out his idea to the bitter end. There seemed no place for him here, no work, no friend. To go begging conditions was as ignoble as to go begging money. Better perish of want than sell one's soul for the sustenance of his body. Silently he lay down upon his bed, turned his face to the wall, and waited with pathetic patience for death to cut the knot which he could not untie. Days and nights went by, and neither food nor water passed his lips. Soul and body were dumbly struggling together, and no word of complaint betrayed what either suffered. His wife, when tears and prayers were unavailing, sat down to wait the end, with a mysterious awe and submission, for in this entire resignation of all things there was an eloquent significance to her who knew him as no other human being did. Leave all to God was his belief, and in this crisis the loving soul clung to this faith, sure that the all-wise Father would not desert this child who tried to live so near to him. Gathering her children about her, she waited the issue of the tragedy that was being enacted in that solitary room, while the first snow fell outside, untrodden by the footprints of a single friend. But these strong angels who sustain and teach perplexed and troubled souls came and went, leaving no trace without, but working miracles within. For when all other sentiments had faded into dimness, all other hopes died utterly, when the bitterness of death was nearly over, when body was past any pang of hunger or thirst, and soul stood ready to depart, the love that outlives all else refused to die. Head had bowed to defeat, hand had grown weary with too heavy tasks, but heart could not grow cold to those who lived in its tender depths, even when death touched it. My faithful wife, my little girls, they have not forsaken me. They are mine by ties that none can break. What right have I to leave them alone? What right to escape from the burden and the sorrow I have helped to bring? This duty remains to me, and I must do it manfully. For their sakes, the world will forgive me in time. For their sakes, God will sustain me now. Too feeble to rise, Abel groped for the food that always lay within his reach, and in the darkness and solitude of that memorable night ate and drank what was to him the bread and wine of a new communion, a new dedication of heart and life to the duties that were left him when the dreams fled. In the early dawn, when that sad wife crept fearfully to see what change had come to the patient face on the pillow, she found it smiling at her, saw a wasted hand outstretched to her, and heard a feeble voice cry bravely, "Hope." What passed in that little room is not to be recorded, except in the hearts of those who suffered and endured much for love's sake. Enough for us to know that soon the wan shadow of a man came forth, leaning on the arm that never failed him, to be welcomed and cherished by the children who never forgot the experiences of that time. Hope was the watchword now, and while the last logs blazed on the hearth, the last bread and apples covered the table, the new commander, with recovered courage, said to her husband, "Leave all to God and me. He has done his part. Now I will do mine." "But we have no money, dear." "Yes, we have. I sold all we could spare and have enough to take us away from this snowbank." "Where can we go?" "I have engaged 4 rooms at our good neighbor Lovejoy's. There we can live cheaply till spring. Then for new plans and a home of our own, please God." "But Hope, your little store won't last long and we have no friends." "I can sew and you can chop wood. Lovejoy offers you the same pay as he gives his other men. My old friend Mrs. Truman will send me all the work I want, and my blessed brother stands by us to the end. Cheer up, dear heart. for while there is work and love in the world, we shall not suffer. And while I have my good angel Hope, I shall not despair, even if I wait another 30 years before I step beyond the circle of the sacred little world in which I still have a place to fill. So one bleak December day, with their few possessions piled on an ox sled, the rosy children perched atop, and the parents trudging arm in arm behind, the exiles left their Eden and faced the world again. Ah me, my happy dream, how much I leave behind that never can be mine again, said Abel, looking back at the lost paradise, lying white and chill in its shroud of snow. Yes, dear, but how much we bring away, answered brave-hearted Hope, glancing from husband to children. Poor Fruitlands, the name was as great a failure as the rest, continued Abel with a sigh, as a frost-bitten apple fell from a leafless bough at his feet. But the sigh changed to a smile as his wife added in a half-tender, half-satirical tone, "Don't you think Apple Slump would be a better name for it, dear?" End of Transcendental Wild Oats by Louisa May Alcott. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
A Garden of Old Delights by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published Canadian Magazine, June 1910. What wonder that wise old Eden story placed the beginning of life in a garden? A garden fitly belongs to the youth of the world and the youth of the race, for it never grows old. The years, which steal so much from everything else, bring added loveliness and sweetness to it, enriching it with memories beautiful and tender, but never blighting its immortal freshness. It is foolishness to speak as we do of old gardens. Gardens are perennially young, the haunt of flowers and children, and grandmother's garden was always full of both. Some of her many grandchildren always came to the old homestead for their summer holidays. One summer there were a half-dozen there as guests, and counting the other 10 who lived near her and spent more time at grandmother's than at their own homes, we were the merriest little crew in the world. The garden was our favorite haunt, and we passed most of our waking moments there. It was to us an enchanted pleasure ground, and there is nothing in all our store of remembrances so sweet and witching as our recollections of it. Places visited in later years have grown dim and indistinct, but every nook and corner of grandmother's garden is as vivid in memory as on the day I saw it last. That was many years ago, but I could go straight with shut eyes at this very moment to the bed beside the snowball trees where the first violets grew. The door of the big living room opened directly into the garden. You went down 4 wide, shallow steps, formed of natural slabs of red sandstone, which great-grandfather had brought up from the shore. The lower one was quite sunk into the earth, and mint grew thickly about its edges. Often crushed by so many little feet, it gave out its essence freely, and the spicy odor always hung around that door like an invisible benediction. The garden was long and narrow, and sloped slightly to the west. On 2 sides it was surrounded by a high stone wall. At least we thought it high, but I have a mature suspicion that I might not think so now. Things have such an unwholesome habit of dwindling as we grow older. But then we could barely see over it by standing on tiptoe, and we had to climb to its top by the little ladder fastened against the western end if we wanted to get a good view of the wide, sloping green fields beyond, and the sea calling so softly on its silvery, glistening sand shore. The third side was shut in by the house itself, a long, quaint, whitewashed building, lavishly festooned with Virginia creeper and climbing roses. Something about the 5 square windows in the second story gave it an appearance of winking at us in a friendly fashion through its vines. At least, so the Story Girl said, and indeed we could always see it for ourselves after she had once pointed it out to us. At one corner of the house a little gate opened into the kitchen garden, where the vegetables grew, but we never felt much interest in that, perhaps because grandmother's old servant Jean looked upon it as her special domain and discouraged intruders. "Get away with ye into the brewer garden. That's the proper place for bairns," she would say, with an instinctive perception of the fitness of things. The fourth side was rimmed in by a grove of fir trees, a dim, cool place where the winds were fond of purring and where there was always a resinous, woodsy odor. On the farther side of the firs was a thick plantation of slender silver birches and whispering poplars, and just beyond it what we called the wild garden, a sunny triangle shut in by the meadow fences and as full of wild flowers as it could hold: blue and white violets, dandelions, June bells, wild roses, daisies, buttercups, asters, and goldenrod, all lavish in their season. The garden was intersected by right-angled paths, bordered by the big white clam-shells which were always found in abundance by the bay, and laid with gravel from the shore, colored pebbles and little white shells well ground into the soil. In the beds between the paths and around the wall grew all the flowers in the world, or so at least we used to think. The same things were always found in the same place. We always looked for the clove pinks, sown in grandmother's bridal days, behind the big waxberry bush, and the shadowy corner behind the sumacs was always sweet in spring with white narcissus. There were many roses, of course, roses that grew without any trouble and flung a year's hoarded sweetness into luxuriant bloom every summer. One never heard of mildew or slugs or aphids there, and nothing was ever done to the rose bushes beyond a bit of occasional pruning. There was a row of big double pink ones at one side of the front door, and the red and white ones grew in the middle plot. There was one yellow rose tree to the left of the steps, but the ones we loved best were the dear little Scotch roses. Oh, how fragrant and dainty and thorny were those wee semi-double roses, with their waxen outer petals and the faint shell pink of their hearts. Jean had brought the rosebush with her all the way from an old Scottish garden when she was a slip of a lassie, so that in our eyes there was a touch of romance about them that the other roses lacked. Grandmother's bed of lavender and caraway and sweet clover was very dear to her heart. The caraway and sweet clover had a tendency to spread wildly, and it was one of our duties to keep them in proper bounds, rooting up every stray bit that straggled from the allotted space. We picked and dried the lavender for grandmother's linen closet, and she made us delicious caraway cookies such as I have never eaten anywhere else. I am afraid such cookies are not made nowadays. All the beds were edged with ribbon grass. The big red peonies grew along the edge of the fir grove, splendid against its darkness, and the hollyhocks stood up in stiff ranks by the kitchen garden gate. The bed next to them was a sight to see when the yellow daffodils and tulips came out. There was a clump of tiger lilies before the door, and a row of Madonna lilies farther down. One big pine tree grew in the garden, and underneath it was a stone bench, made, like the steps, of flat shore stones, worn smooth by the long polish of wind and wave. Just behind this bench grew pale, sweet flowers which had no name that we could ever find out. Nobody seemed to know anything about them. They had been there when grandfather's father bought the place. I have never seen them elsewhere, or found them described in any catalogue. We called them the White Ladies. The Story Girl gave them the name. She said they looked like the souls of good women. They were very aerial and wonderfully dainty, with a strange, haunting perfume that was only to be detected at a little distance, and vanished if you bent over them. They faded whenever they were plucked, and although strangers, greatly admiring them, often carried away roots and seeds, they could never be coaxed to grow elsewhere. There was one very old-fashioned bed full of bleeding hearts, Sweet William, Bride's Bouquet, Butter and Eggs, Adam and Eve, columbines, pink and white daisies, and bouncing bets. We liked this bed best because we might always pluck the flowers in it whenever we pleased. For the others we had to ask permission, which, however, was seldom refused. Poppies were the only things in the garden with a license to ramble. They sprang up everywhere, but the bed of them was in the northwest corner, and there they shook out their fringed silken skirts against a low coppice of young firs. Asparagus, permitted because of the feathery grace of its later development, grew behind the well house, near the lilies of the valley. The middle path was spanned at regular intervals by 3 arches, and these were garlanded with honeysuckle. The well house was a quaint lichened old structure built over the well at the bottom of the garden. 4 posts supported an odd, peaked little roof like the roof of a Chinese pagoda, and it was almost covered with vines that hung from it in long swaying festoons nearly to the ground. The well was very deep and dark, and the water, drawn up by a windlass and chain in a mossy old bucket shaped like a little barrel and bound with icy hoops, was icy cold. As far down as we could see, the walls of the well were grown over with the most beautiful ferns. The garden was full of birds. Some of them we regarded as old friends, for they nested in the same place every year and never seemed afraid of us. A pair of bluebirds had an odd liking for a nook in the stonework of the well. 2 yellowhammers had preempted an old hollow poplar in the southwestern corner. Wild canaries set up housekeeping in the big lilac bush before the parlor windows. One exciting summer a pair of hummingbirds built a nest in the central honeysuckle arch. A wild August gale and rainstorm tore it from its frail hold and dashed it to the ground, where we found it the next morning. We girls cried over it, and then we cast lots to decide who should have the wonderful thing, fashioned of down and lichen, and no bigger than a walnut. The hummingbirds never came back, though we looked wistfully for them every summer. Robins were numerous, especially in early spring, great, sleek, saucy fellows, strutting along the paths. In the summer evenings after sunset they would whistle among the firs, making sweet, half melancholy music. A garden with so many years behind it would naturally have some legends of its own. There was one fascinating story about "the poet who was kissed." One long ago day, so long ago that grandfather was only a little boy, a young man had come into this garden, one whose name had already begun to bud out with the garland of fame that later encrowned it. He went into the garden to write a poem, and fell asleep, with his head pillowed on the old stone bench. Into the garden came Great Aunt Alice, who was nobody's aunt then, but a laughing-eyed girl of 18, red of lip and dark of hair, wilful and sweet and a wee bit daring. She had been away and had just come home, and she knew nothing at all of her brother's famous guest. But in the garden, fast asleep under the pine tree, with his curly head on the hard stones and his half-finished poem beside him, was the handsomest youth she had ever seen. Mischievous Alice took him for an unexpected cousin from Scotland, and bending over until her long dark curls swept his shoulder, she dropped a kiss, light and dainty as a falling rose-petal, on his sunburned cheek. Then he opened his big blue eyes and looked into Alice's blushing face, blushing hotly, for she realized all at once that this could not be the Scotch cousin. She knew, for she had been told that he had eyes as velvet brown as her own. Fair Alice sprang to her feet and fled through the garden in dire confusion, a confusion which was not mended any when she found out who the sleeping prince really was. But it all ended happily, as one would expect, in wedding bells for Alice and her poet. The story which had the greatest fascination for us was that of the lost diamond. Soon after grandfather and grandmother were married, a certain great lady had come to visit them, a lady on whose white, high-bred hand sparkled a diamond ring. She had gone to walk in the garden. The diamond was in the ring when she went down the sandstone steps, for grandmother noted its sparkle as the great lady lifted her silken gown. But when she came in again, the setting was empty and the diamond gone. Nor was it ever found, then or afterwards, search as they might. And never was anything better searched for. This story had a perennial charm for us children. We always had a secret hope that we might find the stone, and it made our labors seem light indeed. Nobody objected to pulling up weeds when every pull stood the chance of being rewarded by the starry glitter of the lost gem. And then our garden had its ghost. We children were not supposed to know anything about this. Grandmother thought it would frighten us, and had forbidden any allusion to it in our presence. Her precaution was useless, for we knew all about it. The story girl had told us. How the story girl knew it I cannot say, but the legend did not frighten us at all. Instead, we were intensely interested and very proud of it. Not every garden had a ghost, so it seemed to confer a certain distinction on ours. We never saw our ghost, but that was not for lack of looking for it. The legend, as related to us one misty twilight by the story girl, and told in whispers with furtive glances backward that rendered it very impressive oh, she knew how to tell a story, that girl was as follows. Long ago, even before grandfather was born, an orphaned cousin of his lived with his parents. Her name was Edith, and she was small and sweet and wistful-eyed, with very long, sleek brown curls, and a tiny birthmark like a pink butterfly right on one oval cheek. She had a lover, the young son of a neighbor, and one day he had told her shyly that he was coming on the morrow to ask her a very important question, and he wanted to find her in the garden when he came. Edith promised to meet him at the old stone bench, and on the morrow she dressed herself in her pale blue muslin, and sleeked her curls, and waited smiling at the trysting spot. To her there came a heedless cousin, bursting out boyishly that her lover had been killed that morning by the accidental discharge of his gun. Edith was never quite herself after that, and she was never contented unless she was dressed in her blue gown and sitting on the old bench waiting for him, because he would be sure to come some time, she said. She grew paler every day, but the little pink butterfly grew redder, until it looked like a stain of blood against the whiteness of her face. When the winter came she died, but the next summer it began to be whispered about that Edith was sometimes seen sitting on the bench waiting. More than one person had seen her. "Grandfather saw her when he was a little boy," said the story girl, nodding mysteriously. "And my mother saw her once, too. Only once." "Did you ever see her?" the skeptical boy wanted to know. The story girl shook her head. "No, but I shall some day, if I keep on believing," she said confidently. "I wouldn't like to see her. I should be afraid," said the timid girl, with a little shiver. "There wouldn't be anything to be afraid of," said the story girl reassuringly. "It's not as if it were a stranger ghost. It's our own family ghost, so of course it wouldn't hurt us." We often acted out the story of Alice and her poet. We discovered the lost diamond in 1,000 different ways and places, but we never acted the story of Edith. Ghosts are not chancy folk to meddle with, even when they are your own family ghosts. We had our own games and sports, mostly original, for the story girl could invent them more easily than most children could talk. Our playhouse was in the fir grove. We had shelves in the trees, covered with a dazzling array of broken dishes and pieces of colored glass, and we had cupboards scooped out among the big roots and lined with moss. We wove wreaths and crowns of pink daisies, and every girl was queen for a day, turn about. We had picnics and little festivals galore, but when all was said and done, we liked best to hear the story girl tell stories. We would climb to the top of the western wall, or sit on the grass under the swinging fir boughs and listen for hours. The story girl was an orphan grandchild who had always lived at grandmother's. She was a slim, light-footed thing with an oval brown face and large, dark blue, dreamy eyes. She had a marvelous memory and a knack of dramatic word-painting. Half her stories she made out of her own head, and we thought them wonderful. Even now I still think they were wonderful, and if she had lived I believe the world would have heard of her. She died in her early teens in a foreign land, far away from her beloved garden. It was she kept the garden book. I found it in a box in the attic the last time I was at the old homestead, and brought it away with me. Many of its entries made the past seem the present again. April 20th. It is spring, and I am so glad. The beauty of winter is that it makes you appreciate spring. Little green things are poking up everywhere in the garden. I always run out first thing every morning to see how much they have grown since yesterday. I helped Grandmother plant the sweet peas to-day, and I planted a little bed of my own. I am not going to dig them up this year to see if they have sprouted. It is bad for them. I am going to try to cultivate patience. I read a new fairy book in the fir grove to-day. A fir grove is the right kind of a place to read fairy stories. Sally says she can't see that it makes any difference where you read them, but oh, it does. May 10th. Warm with south wind. Grandmother and Jean finished planting the vegetable garden to-day. I never like the vegetable garden except when I am hungry. Then I do like to go and look at the nice little rows of onions and beets. May 28th. I was busy weeding all day. Sally and Jack came over and helped me. I don't mind weeding, but I always feel so sorry for the poor weeds. It must be hard to be rooted up, but then you should not grow in the wrong place. I suppose if weeds ever got to heaven, they will be flowers. I hope heaven will be all flowers. I think I could be always good if I lived in a garden all the time. But then Adam and Eve lived in a garden, and they were not always good. Far from it. June 8th. It rained this morning. The garden is always so sweet after a rain. Everything is so fresh and clean, and the perfumes are lovelier than ever. I wish one could see perfumes as well as smell them. I am sure they would be beautiful. Billy says it is just like a girl to wish something silly. Billy is very practical. He would never think of being sorry for the weeds. Grandfather says he is very level-headed. It is best to be level-headed, of course, but you miss a lot of fun. Our Canterbury bells are out. I think Canterbury bells is a lovely name. It makes you think of cathedrals. Sweet William is a dreadful name for a flower. William is a man's name, and men are never sweet. They are a great many admirable things, but they are not sweet and shouldn't be. That is for women. June 17th. The garden does not look the same by moonlight at all. It is very beautiful, but it is different. When I was a little wee girl, I used to believe that fairies danced in the garden by moonlight. I would like to believe it still, but it is so hard to believe things you know are not true. Uncle James told me there were no such things as fairies. He is a minister, so of course I knew he spoke the truth. It was his duty to tell me, and I do not blame him, but I have never felt quite the same to Uncle James since. We acted Alice and the Poet to-day. I like it mostly, but not to-day, for Billy was the poet, and he didn't look a bit poetical. His face was so round and freckled. I just wanted to laugh, and that spoiled it all for me. I always like it better when Jack is the poet. He looks the part, and he never screws his eyes up as tight as Billy does. But you can seldom coax Jack to be the poet, and Billy is so obliging that way. July 20th. We all helped Grandmother make her rose jar to-day. We picked quarts of rose leaves. The most fragrant ones grow on Grandmother's wedding bush. When Grandmother was married, she had a bouquet of white roses, and she stuck one of the green shoots from it down in the garden, never thinking it would really grow. But it did, and it is the biggest bush in the garden now. It does seem so funny to think that there ever was a time when Grandfather and Grandmother were not married. You would think to look at them that they always had been. What a dreadful thing it would have been if they had not got married to each other. I don't suppose there would have been a single one of us children here at all. Or if we were, we would be part somebody else, and that would be almost as bad. When I think how awful it would have been to have been born part somebody else, or not born at all, I cannot feel sufficiently thankful that Grandfather and Grandmother happened to marry each other, when there were so many other people in the world they might have married. I am trying to love the zinnias best, because nobody seems to like them at all, and I am sure they must feel it. But all the time, deep down in my heart, I know I love the roses best. You just can't help loving the roses. August 19th. Grandmother let us have our tea in the garden this afternoon, and it was lovely. We spread the tablecloth on the grass by the well house, and it was just like a picnic. Everything tasted twice as good, and we did not mind the ants at all. I am going to call the southernwood apple ringy after this. Jean says that is what they call it in Scotland, and I think it sounds ever so much more poetical than southernwood. Jack says the right name is boy's love, but I think that is silly. September 5th. Billy says that a rich man in town has a floral clock in his garden. It looks just like the face of a clock, and there are flowers in it that open every hour, and you can always tell the time. Billy wishes we had one here, but I don't. What would be the good of it? Nobody ever wants to know the time in a garden. It was my turn to be queen, and I wore the daisy crown all day. I like to be queen, but there is really not as much fun in it as in being a common person after all. Besides, the rest all call you your Majesty and curtsy whenever they come into your presence, if they don't forget, and it makes you feel a little lonely. September 27th. Shadows are such pretty things, and the garden is always full of them. Sometimes they are so still you would think them asleep. Then again they are laughing and skipping. Outside, down on the shore fields, they are always chasing each other. They are wild shadows. The shadows in the garden are tame shadows. October 20th. Everything seems to be rather tired of growing. The pine tree and the firs and the mums. The sunshine is thick and yellow and lazy, and the crickets sing all the time. The birds have nearly all gone. The other day I thought I saw the ghost at last. I was coming through the fir grove, and I saw somebody in blue sitting on the bench. How my heart beat! But it was only a visitor, after all. I don't know whether I was glad or disappointed. I don't think it would be a pleasant experience to see the ghost, but after you had seen it, think what a heroine you would be. November 10th. There was a little snow last night, but it all melted as soon as the sun came out. Everything in the garden has gone to sleep, and it is lonely and sad there now. I don't think I shall write any more in my garden book till spring. Early morning was an exquisite time in the garden. Delicate dews glistened everywhere, and the shadows were black and long and clear-cut. Pale peach-tinted mists hung over the bay, and little winds crisped across the fields and rustled in the poplar leaves in the wild corner. But the evening was more beautiful still, when the sunset sky was all aglow with delicate shadings, and a young moon swung over the sea in the west. The robins whistled in the firs, and over the fields sometimes came lingering music from the boats in the bay. We used to sit on the old stone wall and watch the light fading out on the water, and the stars coming out over the sea. And at last grandmother would come down the honeysuckle path and tell us it was time the birds and buds and babies should be in bed. Then we would troop off to our nests in the house, and the great fragrant gloom of a summer night would settle down over the Garden of Old Delights. End of A Garden of Old Delights by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by David Wales.
Influence of the Liberty of Spirits upon Events by Leonhard Euler, 1707 to 1783. From Letters of Euler on Different Subjects in Physics and Philosophy, addressed to a German Princess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Influence of the Liberty of Spirits upon Events. If the world contained bodies only, and if the changes which take place in it were necessary consequences of the laws of motion, conformably to the powers with which they act upon each other, all events would be necessary, and would depend on the first arrangement which the Creator had established of the bodies of the universe. So that this arrangement once established, it should be impossible for other events afterward to take place than those which happen in the actual order of things. The world would undoubtedly be in this case a mere machine, similar to a watch, which once wound up afterwards produces all the motions by which we measure time. Imagine to yourself a musical clock. Such a clock once regulated all the motions which it performs, and the airs which it plays are produced in virtue of its construction, without any fresh application of the hand of the master, and in that case we say it is done mechanically. If the artist touches it by changing the notch or the cylinder which regulates the airs, or by winding it up, it is an external action, which, not being founded on the organization of the machine, no longer appertains to it. And if God, as Lord of the universe, should change immediately anything in the course of successive events, this change would no longer appertain to the machine. It would then be a miracle. A miracle, consequently, is an immediate effect of the divine omnipotence, which could not have taken place had God left the machine of the universe freely to take its course. Such would be the state of the universe if it contained bodies only. In that case it might be said that all events take place in it from an absolute necessity, each of them being a necessary effect of the structure of the universe, unless it pleased God to work miracles. The same thing would happen on admitting the system of pre-established harmony, although it allows the existence of spirits. For according to this system, spirits do not act upon bodies, but these perform all their motions and actions only in virtue of their structure once established. So that when I raise my arm, this motion is an effect as necessary of the organization of my body as that of the wheels in a watch. My soul in no respect contributes to it. It is God who from the beginning arranged the matter, so that the action of my body must necessarily result from it at a certain time, and raised the arm at the instant that my soul willed it. Thus my soul has no influence upon my body, any more than upon those of other men and of animals, and consequently, according to this system, the universe is merely corporeal, and events are a necessary effect of the primitive organization which God has established in the universe. But if we allow to the souls of men and of animals the power of producing motion in their bodies, which their organization alone would not have produced, the system of the universe is not a mere machine, and events do not necessarily take place as in the preceding case. The universe will present events of two kinds. The one, those over which spirits have no manner of influence, which are corporeal, or dependent on the machine, as the motion and phenomena of the heavenly bodies. These take place as necessarily as those of a watch, and depend entirely on the primitive establishment of the universe. The others depend on the soul united to the body of men and animals, and are no longer necessary as the preceding, but result from the liberty, as from the will, of these spiritual beings. These two kinds of events distinguish the universe from a mere machine, and raise it to a rank infinitely more worthy of the Almighty Creator who formed it. The government of this universe will likewise ever inspire us with the most sublime idea of the sovereign wisdom and goodness of God. It is certain, therefore, that liberty, which is absolutely essential to spirits, has a very great influence on the events of the world. You have only to consider the fatal consequences of these wars, which all result from human actions determined by their will or their caprice. It is likewise certain, at the same time, that the events which take place do not depend only on the will of men and animals. Their power is very limited, being restricted to a small portion of the brain, in which all the nerves terminate; and this action is confined to the communication of an impression of a certain motion on the members, which may afterwards operate on other bodies, and these again on others, so that the slightest motion of my body may have a very great influence on a multitude of events. Man, however, though master of the first motion of his body, which occasions these events, is not so of the consequences of his action. These depend on so many circumstances that the most sagacious mind is incapable of foreseeing them. Accordingly, we every day see the best concerted projects failing. But it is here that we must acknowledge the government and providence of God, who, having from all eternity foreseen all the counsels, the projects, and the voluntary actions of men, arranged the corporeal world in such a manner that it brings about at all times circumstances which cause these enterprises to fail or to succeed, according as his infinite wisdom judges to be most fit. God thus remains absolute sovereign of all events, notwithstanding the liberty of men, all whose actions, though free, are from the beginning part of the plan which God intended to execute when he created this universe. This reflection plunges us into an abyss of wonder and adoration at the infinite perfections of the Creator, while we consider that there is nothing so mean in itself as not to be from the beginning of the world an object worthy of entering into the original plan which God proposed to himself. 23rd December, 1760. End of Influence of the Liberty of Spirits upon Events, by Leonhard Euler, 1707 to 1783. From Letters of Euler on different subjects in physics and philosophy, addressed to a German princess.
The Lichen Dyes by Ethel M. Merett, from the book Vegetable Dyes, being a book of recipes and other information useful to the dyer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some of the most useful dyes and the least known are to be found among the lichens. They seem to have been used among peasant dyers from remote ages, but apparently none of the great French dyers used them, nor are they mentioned in any of the old books on dyeing. The only lichen dyes that are known generally among dyers are orchil and cudbear, and these are preparations of lichens, not the lichens themselves. They are still used in some quantity and are prepared rather elaborately, but a great many of the ordinary lichens yield very good and permanent dyes. The Parmelia saxatilis and Parmelia omphalodes are largely used in the Highlands and West Ireland for dyeing brown of all shades. No mordant is needed, and the colors produced are the fastest known. Crottle is the general name for lichens in Scotland. They are gathered off the rocks in July and August, dried in the sun, and used to dye wool without any preparation. The crottle is put into the bath with a sufficient quantity of water, boiled up, allowed to cool, then boiled up with the wool until the shade required is got. This may take from 1 to 3 or 4 hours, as the dye is not rapidly taken up by the wool. Other dyers use it in the following way: a layer of crottle, a layer of wool, and so on until the bath is full. Fill with cold water and bring to the boil, and boil till the color is deep enough. The wool does not seem to be affected by keeping it in the dye a long time. A small quantity of acetic acid put with the lichen is said to assist in exhausting the color. The gray lichen, Ramalina scopulorum, dyes a fine shade of yellow-brown. It grows very plentifully on old stone walls, especially by the sea and in damp woods, on trees, and on old rotten wood. Boil the lichen up in sufficient water one day, and the next put in the wool, and boil up again till the right color is got. If the wool is left in the dye for a day or more after boiling, it absorbs more color, and it does not hurt the wool, but leaves it soft and silky to the touch, though apt to be uneven in color. Some mordant the wool first with alum, but it does not seem to need it. The best known of the dye lichens are Parmelia saxatilis and Parmelia omphalodes, which are still largely used in Scotland and Ireland for dyeing wool for tweeds. The well-known Harris tweed smell is partly due to the use of this dye. Other lichens also known for their dyeing properties are Parmelia caperata or stone crottle, which contains a yellow dye, Parmelia ceratophylla or dark crottle, and Parmelia parietina, the common wall lichen, which gives a color similar to that of the lichen itself, yellowish brown. A deep red color can be got from the dull gray friable lichen common on old stone walls. The bright yellow lichen growing on rocks and walls and old roofs dyes a fine plum color if the wool is mordanted first with bichromate of potash. In Sweden, Scotland, and other countries, the peasantry use a lichen called Lecornora tartaria to furnish a red or crimson dye. It is found abundantly on almost all rocks, and also grows on dry moors. It is collected in May and June and steeped in stale urine for about 3 weeks, being kept at a moderate heat all the time. The substance having then a thick and strong texture like bread, and being of a bluish black color, is taken out and made into small cakes of about 3/4 pound weight, which are wrapped in dock leaves and hung up to dry in peat smoke. When dry it may be preserved fit for use for many years. When wanted for dyeing, it is partially dissolved in warm water. 5 pounds of corcolet is considered sufficient for about 4 Scotch ells of cloth. The color produced is a light red. It is used in the dyeing of yarn as well as of cloth. In Shetland the Parmelia saxatilis scroti is used to dye brown. It is found in abundance on argillaceous rocks. It is considered best if gathered late in the year, and is generally collected in August. Linnaeus mentions that a beautiful red color may be prepared from the lichen Gyrophora pustulata. Gyrophora cylindrica is used by Icelanders for dyeing woolen stuffs a brownish green color. In Sweden and Norway a Vernia vulpina is used for dyeing woolen stuffs yellow. Iceland moss, Cetraria islandica, is used in Iceland for dyeing brown. Usnea barbata is collected from trees in Pennsylvania and used for an orange color for yarn. A general method for using lichens is suggested by Dr. Westring of Sweden in his experiments on lichens for dyeing wools and silks. "The lichens should be gathered after some days of rain. They can then be more easily detached from the rocks. They should be well washed, dried, and reduced to a fine powder. 25 parts of pure river water are added to 1 of powdered lichen, and 1 part of fresh quicklime to 10 parts powdered lichen. To 10 pounds of lichen, half a pound of sal ammoniac is sufficient when lime and sal ammoniac are used together. The vessel containing them should be kept covered for the first 2 or 3 days. Sometimes the addition of a little common salt or saltpeter will give greater luster to the colors." This method can be followed by anyone wishing to experiment with lichens. Dr. Westring did not use a mordant as a rule. Where the same species of lichen grows on both rocks and trees, the specimens taken from rocks give the better colors. Orchil or Archil and Cudbear are substantive or non-mordants dyes, obtained from lichens of various species of Rosella growing on rocks in the Canary Islands and other tropical and subtropical countries. They used to be made in certain parts of Great Britain from various lichens, but the manufacture of these has almost entirely disappeared. They have been known from early times as dyes. They give beautiful purples and reds, but the color is not very fast. The dye is produced by the action of ammonia and oxygen upon the crushed lichens or weeds, as they are called. The early way of producing the color was by treating the lichen with stale urine and slaked lime, and this method was followed in Scotland. Orchil is applied to wool by the simple process of boiling it in a neutral or slightly acid solution of the coloring matter. 3% sulfuric acid is a useful combination. Sometimes alum and tartar are used. It dyes slowly and evenly. It is used as a bottom for indigo on wool and also for compound shades on wool and silk. For cotton and linen dyeing it is not used. It is rarely used by itself as the color is fugitive, but by using a mordant of tin the color is made much more permanent. Many of the British lichens produce colors by the same treatment as is used for producing orchil. Large quantities were manufactured in Scotland from lichens gathered in the Shetlands and Western Highlands. This was called Cudbear. The species used by the Scottish Cudbear makers were generally Lecanora tartaria and Urceolaria calcarea, but the following lichens also give the purple color on treatment with ammonia: Avernia prunastri, Lecanora pallescens, Umbilicaria velia, Umbilicaria pustulata, Parmelia perlata. Several others give colors of similar character, but of little commercial value. The manufacture of Archil and Cudbear from the various lichens is simple in principle. In all cases the plant is reduced to a pulp with water and ammonia, and the mass kept at a moderate heat and allowed to ferment, the process taking 2 or 3 weeks to complete. End of the Lichen Dyes by Ethel M. Merritt, from the book Vegetable Dyes, being a book of recipes and other information useful to the dyer. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Mystery of Charles Dickens by Lyndon Orr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mystery of Charles Dickens. Perhaps no public man in the English-speaking world, in the last century, was so widely and intimately known as Charles Dickens. From his 18th year, when he won his first success in journalism, down through his series of brilliant triumphs in fiction, he was more and more a conspicuous figure, living in the blaze of an intense publicity. He met everyone and knew everyone, and was the companion of every kind of man and woman. He loved to frequent the caves of harmony, which Thackeray has immortalized, and he was a member of all the best Bohemian clubs of London. Actors, authors, good fellows generally, were his intimate friends, and his acquaintance extended far beyond into the homes of merchants and lawyers and the mansions of the proudest nobles. Indeed, he seemed to be almost a universal friend. One remembers, for instance, how he was called in to arbitrate between Thackeray and George Augustus Sala, who had quarrelled. One remembers how Lord Byron's daughter, Lady Lovelace, when upon her sickbed, used to send for Dickens because there was something in his genial, sympathetic manner that soothed her. Crushing pieces of ice between her teeth in agony, she would speak to him, and he would answer her in his rich, manly tones until she was comforted and felt able to endure more hours of pain without complaint. Dickens was a jovial soul. His books fairly steam with Christmas cheer and hot punch and the savour of plum puddings, very much as do his letters to his intimate friends. Everybody knew Dickens. He could not dine in public without attracting attention. When he left the dining room, his admirers would descend upon his table and carry off eggshells, orange peels, and other things that remained behind, so that they might have memorials of this much-loved writer. Those who knew him only by sight would often stop him in the street and ask the privilege of shaking hands with him, so different was he from, let us say, Tennyson, who was as great an Englishman in his way as Dickens, but who kept himself aloof and saw few strangers. It is hard to associate anything like mystery with Dickens, though he was fond of mystery as an intellectual diversion, and his last unfinished novel was The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Moreover, no one admired more than he those complex plots which Wilkie Collins used to weave under the influence of laudanum. But as for his own life, it seems so normal, so free from anything approaching mystery, that we can scarcely believe it to have been tinged with darker colors than those which appeared upon the surface. A part of this mystery is plain enough, the other part is still obscure, or of such a character that one does not bring it wholly to the light. It had to do with his various relations with women. The world at large thinks that it knows this chapter in the life of Dickens, and that it refers wholly to his unfortunate disagreement with his wife. To be sure, this is a chapter that is writ large in all of his biographies, and yet it is nowhere correctly told. His chosen biographer was John Forster, whose Life of Charles Dickens, in 3 volumes, must remain a standard work. But even Forster, we may assume through tact, has not set down all that he could, although he gives a clue. As is well known, Dickens married Miss Catherine Hogarth when he was only 24. He had just published his Sketches by Boz, the copyright of which he sold for £100, and was beginning the Pickwick Papers. About this time his publisher brought N.P. Willis down to Furnival's Inn to see the man whom Willis called a young paragraphist for the Morning Chronicle. Willis thus sketches Dickens and his surroundings. In the most crowded part of Holborn, within a door or two of the Bull and Mouth Inn, we pulled up at the entrance of a large building used for lawyers' chambers. I followed by a long flight of stairs to an upper story, and was ushered into an uncarpeted and bleak-looking room, with a deal table, 2 or 3 chairs, and a few books, a small boy, and Mr. Dickens for the contents. I was only struck at first with one thing, and I made a memorandum of it that evening, as the strongest instance I had seen of English obsequisance to employers, the degree to which the poor author was overpowered with the honor of his publisher's visit. I remember saying to myself, as I sat down on a rickety chair, "My good fellow, if you were in America with that fine face and your ready quill, you would have no need to be condescended to by a publisher." Dickens was dressed very much as he has since described Dick Swiveller, minus the swell look. His hair was cropped close to his head, his clothes scant, though jauntily cut, and after changing a ragged office coat for a shabby blue, he stood by the door, collarless and buttoned up, the very personification of a close sailor to the wind. Before this interview with Willis, which Dickens always repudiated, he had become something of a celebrity among the newspaper men with whom he worked as a stenographer. As every one knows, he had had a hard time in his early years, working in a blacking shop, and feeling too keenly the ignominious position of which a less sensitive boy would probably have thought nothing. Then he became a shorthand reporter, and was busy at his work, so that he had little time for amusements. It had been generally supposed that no love affair entered his life until he met Catherine Hogarth, whom he married soon after making her acquaintance. People who are eager at ferreting out unimportant facts about important men had unanimously come to the conclusion that up to the age of 20 Dickens was entirely fancy-free. It was left to an American to disclose the fact that this was not the case, but that even in his teens he had been captivated by a girl of about his own age. Inasmuch as the only reproach that was ever made against Dickens was based upon his love affairs, let us go back and trace them from this early one to the very last, which must yet, for some years, at least, remain a mystery. Everything that is known about his first affair is contained in a book very beautifully printed, but inaccessible to most readers. Some years ago Mr. William K. Bixby of St. Louis found in London a collector of curios. This man had in his stock a number of letters which had passed between a Miss Maria Beadnell and Charles Dickens, when the two were about 19, and a second package of letters represented a later acquaintance about 1855, at which time Miss Beadnell had been married for a long time to a Mr. Henry Louis Winter of 12 Artillery Place, London. The copyright laws of Great Britain would not allow Mr. Bixby to publish the letters in that country, and he did not care to give them to the public here. Therefore he presented them to the Bibliophile Society, with the understanding that 493 copies with the Bibliophile book plate were to be printed and distributed among the members of the society. A few additional copies were struck off, but these did not bear the Bibliophile book plate. Only 2 copies are available for other readers, and to peruse these it is necessary to visit the Congressional Library in Washington, where they were placed on July 24, 1908. These letters form 2 series, the first written to Miss Beadnell in or about 1829, and the second written to Mrs. Winter, formerly Miss Beadnell, in 1855. The book also contains an introduction by Henry H. Harper, who sets forth some theories which the facts, in my opinion, do not support, and there are a number of interesting portraits, especially one of Miss Beadnell in 1829, a lovely girl with dark curls. Another shows her in 1855, when she writes of herself as old and fat, thereby doing herself a great deal of injustice, for although she had lost her youthful beauty, she was a very presentable woman of middle age, but one who would not be particularly noticed in any company. Summing up briefly these different letters, it may be said that in the first set Dickens wrote to the lady ardently, but by no means passionately. From what he says, it is plain enough that she did not respond to his feeling, and that presently she left London and went to Paris, for her family was well to do, while Dickens was living from hand to mouth. In the second set of letters, written long afterward, Mrs. Winter seems to have set her cap at the now famous author, but at that time he was courted by every one, and had long ago forgotten the lady who had so easily dismissed him in his younger days. In 1855 Mrs. Winter seems to have reproached him for not having been more constant in the past, but he replied, "You answered me coldly and reproachfully, and so I went on my way." Mr. Harper, in his introduction, tries very hard to prove that in writing David Copperfield Dickens drew the character of Dora from Miss Beadnell. It is a dangerous thing to say from whom any character in a novel is drawn. An author takes whatever suits his purpose in circumstance and fancy, and blends them all into one consistent whole, which is not to be identified with any individual. There is little reason to think that the most intimate friends of Dickens and his family were mistaken through all the years, when they were certain that the boy husband and the girl wife of David Copperfield were suggested by any one save Dickens himself and Catherine Hogarth. Why should he have gone back to a mere passing fancy, to a girl who did not care for him, and who had no influence on his life, instead of picturing, as David's first wife, one whom he deeply loved, whom he married, who was the mother of his children, and who made a great part of his career, even though part which was inwardly half tragic and hopefully mournful? Miss Beadnell may have been the original of Flora in Little Dorrit, though even this is doubtful. The character was at the time ascribed to a Miss Anna Maria Lee, whom Dickens sometimes flirted with and sometimes caricatured. When Dickens came to know George Hogarth, who was one of his colleagues on the staff of the Morning Chronicle, he met Hogarth's daughters, Catherine, Georgina, and Mary, and at once fell ardently in love with Catherine, the eldest and prettiest of the 3. He himself was almost girlish, with his fair complexion and light wavy hair, so that the famous sketch by Maclise has a remarkable charm. Yet nobody could really say with truth that any one of the 3 girls was beautiful. Georgina Hogarth, however, was sweet-tempered and of a motherly disposition. It may be that in a fashion she loved Dickens all her life, as she remained with him after he parted from her sister, taking the utmost care of his children, and looking out with unselfish fidelity for his many needs. It was Mary, however, the youngest of the Hogarths, who lived with the Dickenses during the first 12 months of their married life. To Dickens she was like a favorite sister, and when she died very suddenly, in her 18th year, her loss was a great shock to him. It was believed for a long time, in fact until their separation, that Dickens and his wife were extremely happy in their home life. His writings glorified all that was domestic, and paid many tender tributes to the joys of family affection. When the separation came, the whole world was shocked, and yet rather early in Dickens's married life there was more or less infelicity. In his retrospections of an active life, Mr. John Bigelow writes a few sentences which are interesting for their frankness, and which give us certain hints. Mrs. Dickens was not a handsome woman, though stout, hearty, and matronly. There was something a little doubtful about her eye, and I thought her endowed with a temper that might be very violent when roused, though not easily rousable. Mrs. Caulfield told me that a Miss Teman, I think that is the name, was the source of the difficulty between Mrs. Dickens and her husband. She played in private theatricals with Dickens, and he sent her a portrait in a brooch, which met with an accident requiring it to be sent to the jeweller's to be mended. The jeweller, noticing Mr. Dickens's initials, sent it to his house. Mrs. Dickens's sister, who had always been in love with him and was jealous of Miss Teman, told Mrs. Dickens of the brooch, and she mounted her husband with comb and brush. This, no doubt, was Mrs. Dickens's version in the main. A few evenings later I saw Miss Teman at the Haymarket Theatre playing with Buckstone and Mr. and Mrs. Charles Mathews. She seemed rather a small cause for such a serious result, passably pretty and not much of an actress. Here in one passage we have an intimation that Mrs. Dickens had a temper that was easily roused, that Dickens himself was interested in an actress, and that Miss Hogarth had always been in love with him and was jealous of Miss Teman. Some years before this time, however, there had been growing in the mind of Dickens a certain formless discontent, something to which he could not give a name, yet which cast over him the shadow of disappointment. He expressed the same feeling in David Copperfield, when he spoke of David's life with Dora. It seemed to come from the fact that he had grown to be a man while his wife had still remained a child. A passage or two may be quoted from the novel, so that we may set them beside passages in Dickens's own life, which we know to have referred to his own wife, and not to any such nebulous person as Mrs. Winter. The shadow I have mentioned that was not to be between us any more, but was to rest wholly on my heart. How did that fall? The old unhappy feeling pervaded my life. It was deepened, if it were changed at all, but it was as undefined as ever, and addressed me like a strain of sorrowful music, faintly heard in the night. I loved my wife dearly, but the happiness I had vaguely anticipated once was not the happiness I enjoyed, and there was always something wanting. What I missed I still regarded as something that had been a dream of my youthful fancy, that was incapable of realization, that I was now discovering to be so, with some natural pain, as all men did, but that it would have been better for me if my wife could have helped me more, and shared the many thoughts in which I had no partner, and that this might have been, I knew. What I am describing slumbered and half awoke and slept again in the innermost recesses of my mind. There was no evidence of it to me. I knew of no influence it had in anything I said or did. I bore the weight of all our little cares and all my projects. There can be no disparity in marriage, like unsuitability of mind and purpose. These words I remembered. I had endeavored to adapt Dora to myself, and found it impractical. It remained for me to adapt myself to Dora, to share with her what I could, and be happy, to bear on my own shoulders what I must, and be still happy. Thus wrote Dickens in his fictitious character, and of his fictitious wife. Let us see how he wrote, and how he acted in his own person, and of his real wife. As early as 1856 he showed a curious and restless activity, as of one who was trying to rid himself of unpleasant thoughts. Mr. Forster says that he began to feel a strain upon his invention, a certain disquietude, and a necessity for jotting down memoranda in notebooks, so as to assist his memory and his imagination. He began to long for solitude. He would take long, aimless rambles into the country, returning at no particular time or season. He once wrote to Forster, "I have had dreadful thoughts of getting away somewhere altogether by myself. If I could have managed it, I think I might have gone to the Pyrenees for 6 months. I have visions of living for half a year or so in all sorts of inaccessible places, and of opening a new book therein. A floating idea of going up above the snow line and living in some astonishing convent hovers over me." What do these cryptic utterances mean? At first, both in his novel and in his letters, they are obscure, but before long, in each, they become very definite. In 1856 we find these sentences among his letters: "The old days, the old days! Shall I ever, I wonder, get the frame of mind back as it used to be then? Something of it, perhaps, but never quite as it used to be. I find that the skeleton in my domestic closet is becoming a pretty big one." His next letter draws the veil, and shows plainly what he means. "Poor Catherine and I are not made for each other, and there is no help for it. It is not only that she makes me uneasy and unhappy, but that I make her so too, and much more so. We are strangely ill assorted for the bond that exists between us." Then he goes on to say that she would have been 1,000 times happier if she had been married to another man. He speaks of incompatibility and a difference of temperaments. In fact, it is the same old story with which we have become so familiar, and which is both as old as the hills and as new as this morning's newspaper. Naturally, also, things grow worse rather than better. Dickens comes to speak half jocularly of the plunge, and calculates as to what effect it will have on his public readings. He kept back the announcement of the plunge until after he had given several readings. Then, on April 29th, 1858, Mrs. Dickens left his home. His eldest son went to live with the mother, but the rest of the children remained with the father, while his daughter, Mary, nominally presided over the house. In the background, however, Georgina Hogarth, who seemed all through her life to have cared for Dickens more than for her sister, remained as a sort of guide and guardian for his children. This arrangement was a private matter, and should not have been brought to public attention. But it was impossible to suppress all the gossip about so prominent a man. Much of the gossip was exaggerated, and when it came to the notice of Dickens it stung him so severely as to lead him into issuing a public justification of his course. He published a statement in Household Words, which led to many other letters in other periodicals, and finally a long one from him, which was printed in the New York Tribune, addressed to his friend Mr. Arthur Smith. Dickens afterward declared that he had written this letter as a strictly personal and private one, in order to correct false rumors and scandals. Mr. Smith naturally thought that the statement was intended for publication, but Dickens always spoke of it as the violated letter. By his allusions to a difference of temperament and to incompatibility, Dickens no doubt meant that his wife had ceased to be to him the same companion that she had been in days gone by. As in so many cases, she had not changed, while he had. He had grown out of the sphere in which he had been born, associated with blacking boys and quilt printers, and had become one of the great men of his time, whose genius was universally admired. Mr. Bigelow saw Mrs. Dickens as she really was, a commonplace woman endowed with the temper of a vixen, and disposed to outbursts of actual violence when her jealousy was roused. It was impossible that the two could have remained together, when in intellect and sympathy they were so far apart. There is nothing strange about their separation, except the exceedingly bad taste with which Dickens had made it a public affair. It is safe to assume that he felt the need of a different mate. That he found one is evident enough from the hints and bits of innuendo that are found in the writings of his contemporaries. He became a pleasure lover, but more than that, he needed one who could understand his moods, and match them, one who could please his tastes, and one who could give him the admiration which he felt to be his due. For he was always anxious to be praised, and his letters are full of anecdotes relating to his love of praise. One does not wish to follow out these clues too closely. It is certain that neither Miss Beadnell as a girl nor Mrs. Winter as a matron made any serious appeal to him. The actresses who have been often mentioned in connection with his name were, for the most part, mere passing favorites. The woman in his life was Dora, made him feel the same incompleteness that he has described in his best-known book. The companion to whom he clung in his later years was neither a light-minded creature like Miss Beadnell, nor an undeveloped, high-tempered woman like the one he married, nor a mere domestic, friendly creature like Georgina Hogarth. Ought we to venture upon a quest which shall solve this mystery in the life of Charles Dickens? In his last will and testament, drawn up and signed by him about a year before his death, the first paragraph reads as follows: "I, Charles Dickens, of Gadshill Place, Hingham, in the county of Kent, hereby revoke all my former wills and codicils, and declare this to be my last will and testament. I give the sum of £1,000, free of legacy duty, to Miss Ellen Lawless Ternan, late of Houghton Place, Ampthill Square, in the county of Middlesex." In connection with this, read Mr. John Bigelow's careless jottings made some 15 years before. Remember the Miss Teman, about whose name he was not quite certain, the Hogarth sisters' dislike of her, and the mysterious figure in the background of the novelist's later life. Then consider the first bequest in his will, which leaves a substantial sum to one who is neither a relative nor a subordinate, but, may we assume, more than an ordinary friend? End of Mystery of Charles Dickens, by Lyndon Orr. Read by April 6090, California, United States of America.
A Mystery of the Sea, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Mystery of the Sea. The Adventures of the American Brig Mary Celeste of this port. Found deserted at sea, towed into Gibraltar, and no intelligence of the crew for 4 months. No evidence of mutiny or robbery. Her cargo and insurance. Those who go down into the sea in ships encounter many remarkable adventures in their buffetings with wind and tide, but the brig Mary Celeste, owned by J. H. Winchester and Company, of this port, seems to have had a career something out of the line that usually befalls the lot of toiling messengers of commercial intercourse. According to the pedigree given by the owners, she was formerly a single-deck brig called the Amazon, of Parsboro, Nova Scotia, and in November, 1868, arrived at this port a wreck, and was sold at public auction by Messrs. Burdett and Dennis to Richard W. Haynes, who repaired the vessel by putting in new keel, stern posts, bottom, and mostly new spars, rigging, sails, etc., at an expense of over $10,000, and believing he was entitled to put his vessel under the American flag, he at that time applied through a custom house broker for an American register, and obtained it in October, 1869. 10 months after she had received her register, she was again sold at auction for debt, and bought by her present owners, who ran her until April, 1872. Later in Boston, she was seized on account of her register, appraised by parties appointed by the government, and bonded for $2,000, which suit is still pending. She went from Boston to Cow Bay and back to New York, and was then torn down to her copper and rebuilt and made a double-decked vessel, at an expense of $11,500. She then loaded on her present unfortunate voyage, and when she sailed from New York, was insured for $14,000, valued at $16,000. The above is briefly a history of the vessel, which, on the 4th of December, was found abandoned by the British brig Gloria Gratia, 500 miles east-northeast of the island of St. Mary's, one of the western islands, and bound into Gibraltar. The charges having been made that the owners had caused the vessel to be abandoned for the purpose of securing the insurance, a Herald reporter called upon Mr. Winchester yesterday, when he made the following statement. There has been much said about a bloody sword having been found on board the vessel when she was picked up, and an intimation has been made that a mutiny occurred on the vessel. The facts are that, on the 24th of December, by request of the underwriters, I went to Gibraltar, where I found the vessel as tight and seaworthy as when she left this port, except that a few sails that had been left set had been carried away. The sword found on board proved to belong to the captain, who got it years ago in Messina, Italy, with a spot of rust upon it. This I learned from Mr. Simpson Hart, of New Bedford, who represents the 1/3 interest in the vessel, which the captain, Ben S. Briggs, of Marion, Massachusetts, holds. As far as my investigations went, nothing on the vessel was disturbed. We found the clothing of the captain's wife, child, and crew all on board, and the captain's watch hanging in the cabin. The vessel was evidently abandoned on the 26th of November, as the last entry in the logbook was at noon the day before. The last entry on the slate was at 8 a.m. the following morning, when the vessel was passing the northern part of St. Mary's Island. I cannot account for her abandonment on any supposition. She was bound for Genoa with a cargo of alcohol, valued at $37,000. belonging to Messrs. Ackerman and Company, who, I learn, are partially insured in Hamburg companies. The Mary Celeste is insured for $14,000, and is appraised at $16,000. She is insured in the Mercantile Mutual for $2,500, the Orient Mutual for $4,000, the Maine Lloyd's for $6,000, and the New England of Boston for $1,500. Total $14,000. A dispatch received from Gibraltar from the American consul states that she sailed from that port for Genoa on the 10th instant. This is all I know of the vessel. But permit me to say that the published reports about the vessel being illegally cleared and sailing under a false flag, which originated with a custom house official, are base fabrications, as any one interested in the matter can discover by referring to the records of the custom house and the officers of the companies in which we are insured. The case is really a remarkable one, and the mystery is deepened by the fact that not a word has been heard from or of any of the officers or crew since the last entry in the log, nearly 4 months ago. End of a Mystery of the Sea by Anonymous. Read by Phil Schempf.
On Reading by Isaac Disraeli. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Writing is justly denominated an art. I think that reading claims the same distinction. To adorn ideas with elegance is an act of the mind superior to that of receiving them. But to receive them with a happy discrimination is the effect of a practiced taste. Yet it will be found that taste alone is not sufficient to obtain the proper end of reading. Two persons of equal taste rise from the perusal of the same book with very different notions. The one will have the ideas of the author at command, and find a new train of sentiment awakened, while the other quits his author in a pleasing distraction, but of the pleasures of reading nothing remains but tumultuous sensations. To account for these different effects, we must have recourse to a logical distinction, which appears to reveal one of the great mysteries in the art of reading. Logicians distinguish between perceptions and ideas. Perception is that faculty of the mind which notices the simple impression of objects. But when these objects exist in the mind and are there treasured and arranged as materials for reflection, then they are called ideas. A perception is like a transient sunbeam, which just shows the object, but leaves neither light nor warmth, while an idea is like the fervid beam of noon, which throws a settled and powerful light. Many ingenious readers complain that their memory is defective and their studies unfruitful. This defect arises from their indulging the facile pleasures of perceptions in preference to the laborious habit of forming them into ideas. Perceptions require only the sensibility of taste, and their pleasures are continuous, easy, and exquisite. Ideas are an art of combination and an exertion of the reasoning powers. Ideas are therefore labors, and for those who will not labor, it is unjust to complain if they come from the harvest with scarcely a sheaf in their hands. There are secrets in the art of reading which tend to facilitate its purposes by assisting the memory and augmenting intellectual opulence. Some our own ingenuity must form, and perhaps every student has peculiar habits of study, as in shorthand almost every writer has a system of his own. It is an observation of the elder Pliny, who, having been a voluminous compiler, must have had great experience in the art of reading, that there was no book so bad but which contained something good. To read every book would, however, be fatal to the interest of most readers, but it is not always necessary in the pursuits of learning to read every book entire. Of many books it is sufficient to seize the plan and to examine some of their portions. Of the little supplement at the close of a volume few readers conceive the utility, but some of the most eminent writers in Europe have been great adepts in the art of index reading. I, for my part, venerate the inventor of indexes, and I know not to whom to yield the preference, either to Hippocrates, who was the first great atomizer of the human body, or to that unknown laborer in literature who first laid open the nerves and arteries of a book. Watts advises the perusal of the prefaces and the index of a book, as they both give light on its contents. The ravenous appetite of Johnson for reading is expressed in a strong metaphor by Mrs. Knowles, who said, "He knows how to read better than any one. He gets at the substance of a book directly. He tears out the heart of it." Gibbon has a new idea in the art of reading. He says, "We ought not to attend to the order of our books so much as of our thoughts." The perusal of a particular work gives birth perhaps to ideas unconnected with the subject it treats. I pursue these ideas and quit my proposed plan of reading. Thus, in the midst of Homer, he read Longinus, a chapter of Longinus led to an epistle of Pliny, and having finished Longinus, he followed the train of his ideas of the sublime and beautiful in the Inquiry of Burke, and concluded by comparing the ancient with the modern Longinus. There are some mechanical aids in reading which may prove of great utility, and form a kind of rejuvenescence of our early studies. Montaigne placed at the end of a book which he intended not to reperuse, the time he had read it, with a concise decision on its merits. "That," says he, "it may thus represent to me the air and general idea I had conceived of the author in reading the work." We have several of these annotations. Of Young the poet it is noticed that whenever he came to a striking passage he folded the leaf, and that at his death books have been found in his library which had long resisted the power of closing, a mode more easy than useful, for after a length of time they must be again read to know why they were folded. This difficulty is obviated by those who note in a blank leaf the pages to be referred to with a word of criticism. Nor let us consider these minute directions as unworthy the most enlarged minds. By these petty exertions, at the most distant periods, may learning obtain its authorities, and fancy combine its ideas. Seneca, in sending some volumes to his friend Lucilius, accompanies them with notes of particular passages, that, he observes, you who only aim at the useful may be spared the trouble of examining them entire. I have seen books noted by Voltaire with a word of censure or approbation on the page itself, which was his usual practice, and these volumes are precious to every man of taste. Formy complained that the books he lent Voltaire were returned always disfigured by his remarks, but he was a writer of the old school. A professional student should divide his readings into a uniform reading, which is useful, and into a diversified reading, which is pleasant. Guy Patin, an eminent physician and man of letters, had a just notion of this manner. He says, "I daily read Hippocrates, Galen, Fernel, and other illustrious masters of my profession. This I call my profitable readings. I frequently read Ovid, Juvenal, Horace, Seneca, Tacitus, and others, and these are my recreations." We must observe these distinctions, for it frequently happens that a lawyer or a physician, with great industry and love of study, by giving too much into his diversified readings, may utterly neglect what should be his uniform studies. A reader is too often a prisoner attached to the triumphal car of an author of great celebrity, and when he ventures not to judge for himself, conceives, while he is reading the indifferent works of great authors, that the languor which he experiences arises from his own defective taste. But the best writers, when they are voluminous, have a great deal of mediocrity. On the other side, readers must not imagine that all the pleasures of composition depend on the author, for there is something which a reader himself must bring to the book that the book may please. There is a literary appetite which the author can no more impart than the most skilful cook can give an appetency to the guests. When Cardinal Richelieu said to Godot that he did not understand his verses, the honest poet replied that it was not his fault. The temporary tone of the mind may be unfavorable to taste a work properly, and we have had many erroneous criticisms from great men, which may often be attributed to this circumstance. The mind communicates its infirm dispositions to the book, and an author has not only his own defects to account for, but also those of his reader. There is something in composition like the game of shuttlecock, where, if the reader do not quickly rebound the feathered cork to the author, the game is destroyed, and the whole spirit of the work falls extinct. A frequent impediment in reading is a disinclination in the mind to settle on the subject. Agitated by incongruous and dissimilar ideas, it is with pain that we admit those of the author. But on applying ourselves with a gentle violence to the perusal of an interesting work, the mind soon assimilates to the subject. The ancient rabbins advised their young students to apply themselves to their readings, whether they felt an inclination or not, because as they proceeded they would find their disposition restored and their curiosity awakened. Readers may be classed into an infinite number of divisions, but an author is a solitary being, who, for the same reason he pleases one, must consequently displease another. To have too exalted a genius is more prejudicial to his celebrity than to have a moderate one, for we shall find that the most popular works are not the most profound, but such as instruct those who require instruction, and charm those who are not too learned to taste their novelty. Lucilius, the satirist, said that he did not write for Persius, for Scipio, and for Rutilius, persons eminent for their science, but for the Tarentines, the Constantines, and the Sicilians. Montaigne has complained that he found his readers too learned or too ignorant, and that he could only please a middle class who have just learning enough to comprehend him. Congreve says, "There is in true beauty something which vulgar souls cannot admire." Balzac complains bitterly of readers. "A period," he cries, "shall have cost us the labor of a day. We shall have distilled into an essay the essence of our mind. It may be a finished piece of art, and they think they are indulgent when they pronounce it to contain some pretty things, and that the style is not bad. There is something in exquisite composition which ordinary readers can never understand." Authors are vain, but readers are capricious. Some will only read old books, as if there were no valuable truths to be discovered in modern publications, while others will only read new books, as if some valuable truths are not among the old. Some will not read a book because they are acquainted with the author, by which the reader may be more injured than the author. Others not only read the book, but would also read the man, by which the most ingenious author may be injured by the most impertinent reader. End of On Reading, by Isaac Disraeli. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Scott v. Negro London by the Supreme Court of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott v. Negro London, 3C 324. Under the Act of Assembly of Virginia of December 17, 1792, a slave did not become free by being brought into that state, if his master within 1 year thereafter removed thither to reside and took the oath prescribed by the law. Heir to the Circuit Court of the United States for the District of Columbia in an action of trespass to try the right of the defendant to his freedom. The material facts are all stated in the opinion of the court. Jones and E.J. Lee for the plaintiff. C. Lee for the defendant. John C. Marshall delivered the opinion of the court. This case arises under a clause in an act of the Virginia Assembly giving freedom to slaves who shall be brought thereafter into that state, and kept therein 1 whole year together, or so long at different times as shall amount to 1 year, and under a proviso of the same act, that it shall not extend to any person who may incline to remove from any of the United States and become citizens of this, if within 60 days after such removal he shall take an oath, which is prescribed in the act. The Negro London was brought from Maryland into Alexandria, where he was hired out in the year 1802. Some months after which, his master, the plaintiff in error, also removed into Alexandria, and within the year from the time the negro was brought in, and also within the 60 days from the time the plaintiff in error removed to Alexandria, the oath prescribed by the law was taken. No right to freedom having vested in London at the time this oath was taken, the question is, has it brought the plaintiff within the proviso of the act? That the plaintiff is within the letter of the proviso is unquestionable. He is a person who inclined to remove from one of the United States into Virginia, who actually did remove, and who took the requisite oath within the limited time. But it is contended, in behalf of the defendant in error, that the acts of bringing the negro into the state and of removing into it must be concomitant in order to bring the case within the proviso. Or, in other words, that the owner must be a person inclining to remove into the state at the time the slave was brought in. This inaccuracy of construction seems to be founded on the idea that the penalty of forfeiting the property accrues on bringing the slave into the state, whereas it attaches on his continuance in the state for 12 months. Till such continuance has taken place, the offence has not been committed. If then all the acts which bring a person within the proviso are performed before the right to freedom is vested, and before the provisions of the act have been infracted, it seems to the court that the rights of the party remain unaffected by the act. If London had been ordered to Maryland for a day, and then brought with his master into Alexandria, the construction of this counsel would be satisfied. And it seems strange, where the letter of a law has not been violated, that such an unimportant circumstance should affect its spirit. Unless this mode be admitted of coming within the proviso, a person inclining to remove into Virginia, whose slaves had preceded him, though not for 1 year, could not bring himself within, or avoid the forfeiture, although permitting them to come into that state was no offence. A construction of the act which the court cannot think consistent with its spirit or letter. The court is therefore of opinion that the circuit court erred in directing the jury that, under the circumstances stated, the plaintiff below was entitled to his freedom, and doth reverse the judgment rendered by the circuit court, and remand the cause for further proceedings. Judgment reversed. End of Scott v. Negro London by the Supreme Court of the United States. Sisyphus, or Upon Taking Counsel, by Plato. Translated by George Burgess, Trinity College, Cambridge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sisyphus, or Upon Taking Counsel. Persons of the dialogue, Socrates and Sisyphus. Socrates. And we too waited a long time for you yesterday, Sisyphus, at the display made by Stratonicus, in order that you might, together with us, hear a clever man, who both by word and deed exhibited many and beautiful things. And when we thought you would no longer be present, we were by ourselves the hearers of the man. Sisyphus. Truly, by Zeus, for a want of leisure, or rather a compulsory kind occurred to me, so that I neglected the display. For our rulers had a consultation yesterday, and they compelled me to consult with them. Now with us Pharsalians, it is the law to obey the rulers, should they order any of us to consult with them. Socrates. And honorable it is to obey the law, and to be reputed by fellow citizens to be a good counsellor, as you are reputed to be a good counsellor, as one of the Pharsalians. But, Sisyphus, although I should not be able to enter upon a discussion against you on the subject of consulting correctly, conceiving it to be a work requiring much leisure and a lengthy argument, still I would endeavour to converse with you first about consulting in the abstract, what it is. Can you then tell me what it is to consult in the abstract? Do not tell me what it is to do so well or ill, or in any manner, but what kind of thing it is alone, by itself. For you could well and easily tell, being so good a counsellor. But I fear lest it is a superfluous work for me to make of you the inquiry. Sisyphus. It is then unknown to you what it is to consult? Socrates. It is, Sisyphus, to myself at least, if it be anything else than for a person who does not know anything of these matters respecting which it is requisite to do some act, to speak like a diviner and off-handed, whatever may present itself, and to make a guess according to the same things for himself, like persons playing at odd and even, who know nothing about the even and odd, which they hold in their own hands, nevertheless happen by accident to say what is true about the same things. To consult, then, is oftentimes a thing of this kind, that a person, although knowing nothing of the matters about which he is consulting, yet happens by accident to say what is the truth. If then it is a thing of this kind, I know what to consult is. If, however, it is not a thing of this kind, I should not know it at all. Sisyphus. It is not of such a kind as not to know in reality anything at all, but to know partly something of the matter in hand, and partly not to know at all. Socrates. Do you mean that to consult is, by Zeus, a thing of this kind? That as I seem to myself to divine somewhat your notions relating to the act of consulting well, it is the seeking to discover the best things for a person to employ himself in for his own benefit, but not to know them clearly, but for this to be, as it were, in some form of a thought. Do you not mean somehow in this way? Sisyphus. I do. Socrates. Whether do men seek such things as they know, or such as they do not know? Sisyphus. Both. Socrates. Do you mean by this something of this kind, that men seek both what they know and what they do not know? Just as if a person should know Callistratus, who he is, but not know to find where he is, not who is Callistratus. Do you mean that to seek both is after this manner? Sisyphus. I do. Socrates. He then who knows Callistratus would not seek that matter, namely, to know him. Sisyphus. He would not. Socrates. But he would, where he might be. Sisyphus. It seems so to myself at least. Socrates. Nor would he seek even this, namely, where it was possible to find him, if he knew already. But he would find him forthwith. Sisyphus. Yes. Socrates. Men do not seek the things which they know, but, as it seems, what they do not know. But if this reasoning appears to you to be of a captious kind, and to have been spoken, not for the sake of a practical purpose, but for conversation merely, consider the matter in this way, if the case seems to be such as has been just now stated. Do you not know that this takes place in geometry? That by geometricians the diameter is not unknown, whether it be a diameter or not, for this I know well is not sought to be discovered by them, but how great it is in measurement in proportion to the sides of the space which it intersects. Is not this the very thing which is sought respecting it? Sisyphus. So it seems at least to me. Socrates. For it is that which is unknown. Is it not so? Sisyphus. Certainly. Socrates. Know you not that the doubling of the cube is sought to be discovered by geometricians, how great it is by calculation? But the cube itself is not sought for by them, whether it is a cube or not. For that at least they know well. Is it not so? Sisyphus. Yes. Socrates. Respecting the air likewise. Do you not know that Anaxagoras and Empedocles and the rest of those who talk about meteorology are all seeking whether it is boundless or has a limit? Sisyphus. Yes, I do. Socrates. But not the question, whether it is air. Is it not so? Sisyphus. It is. Socrates. Will you then agree with me that such is the case with all other things now, that to no person is there any seeking after the things he knows, but rather after those which he does not know? Sisyphus. I will. Socrates. Did not the consulting appear to us to be this very thing? Namely, that a person is seeking after the best things relating to what he would require to employ himself in for his own benefit. Sisyphus. Yes. Socrates. And the seeking was, like the consulting, about things to be done. Is it not so? Sisyphus. Entirely. Socrates. Must we not consider then at present what impediment is in the way of those who are seeking to the discovery of the things about which they are making the search? Sisyphus. So it seems at least to me. Socrates. Could we say that anything else was an impediment to them except a want of knowledge? Sisyphus. Nothing else. Socrates. Let us, by Zeus, consider the matter very much, letting out, as the saying is, every rope, and sending out every voice. And view thou this point with me. Think you that a man could consult about music who knows nothing of music, or how he ought to play on the guitar, or to perform anything according to the musician's art? Sisyphus. Not I, indeed. Socrates. What then as regards generalship or piloting? Do you think that the person who knows neither of those arts would have it in his power to consult about either of those matters, as to what is to be done by him and how, who knows not to act the general or pilot? Sisyphus. I do not. Socrates. Do you think then that the case is so respecting all other matters, of which a person knows nothing, that it is not possible for him even to consult, who knows nothing about them? Sisyphus. I do. Socrates. But it is possible for him to seek to know, is it not? Sisyphus. Certainly. Socrates. To seek then would not be the same as to consult. Sisyphus. How could it? Socrates. because to seek is surely applied to the matters which a person does not know. But it seems to be not possible for a person to consult about those matters of which he is ignorant. Or has not this been said correctly? Sisyphus. Very much so. Socrates. Ye were then yesterday seeking to discover what was best for the state, but ye did not know it. For if ye had known, ye would not surely have been seeking it, just as we do not seek anything amongst those which we know. Is it not so? Sisyphus. It is. Socrates. Whether does it seem to you, Sisyphus, if a person does not know, that he ought to seek or to learn? Sisyphus. To myself at least, it seems, by Zeus, to learn. Socrates. And correctly does it seem so. But does it seem to you that he ought to learn rather than seek on this account? Because a person would discover more quickly and easier if he learnt from those who know, than if he were to seek himself what he did not know. Or is it on some other account? Sisyphus. On no other account than this. Socrates. Why did ye not then yesterday, disregarding the act of consulting about matters of which ye knew nothing, and of seeking to do the best for the state, learn from some one of those who did know how ye might do the best for the state? But ye seem to me to have been sitting the whole of yesterday and speaking offhand, and prophesying about matters of which ye were ignorant, and neglecting to learn, both the rulers of the state and you together with them. But perhaps you will say that this has been played off by myself against you for the sake of a conversation merely, and it has not been proved to you seriously. Consider then, by Zeus, this question at least for the present with seriousness. If it were conceded that to consult is something, and not, as now discovered, to be nothing else than a knowledge according to conjecture, and a speaking offhand, making use of merely a more solemn name, but nothing else, do you think that as regards the act of consulting well and being good counsellors, persons differ one from another on that point, as persons differ one from another on all the other kinds of knowledge, such as carpenters from carpenters, physicians from physicians, and hautboy players from hautboy players, and all the rest of handicraftsmen differ from each other, as then those engaged in these arts differ? Think you that in the act of consulting persons would differ at all in this manner, one from another? Sisyphus. Yes, I do. Socrates. Now tell me, do not all, both those who consult well and those who do so ill, consult about matters that are about to be? Sisyphus. Certainly. Socrates. Is the future anything else than what is not as yet? Sisyphus. It is not. Socrates. For if it were, it would not surely be still about to be, but it would be already. Is it not so? Sisyphus. Yes. Socrates. Therefore, that which is not yet in reality has not been produced. Sisyphus. It has not. Socrates. Therefore that which is not and has not been produced has no existence in reality. Sisyphus. It has not. Socrates. Do not all then who consult well or ill consult about things which neither are nor have been, and which have no existence, when they consult respecting things about to be? Sisyphus. At least they seem so. Socrates. Does it seem to you possible for a person to hit well or ill a thing that does not exist? Sisyphus. How say you this? Socrates. I will explain what I mean to say. Consider then, how would you distinguish out of many archers which of them was the good and which the bad? Sisyphus. Surely this is not difficult to know. Socrates. For perhaps you would bid them shoot at some mark. Is it not so? Sisyphus. Certainly. Socrates. Would you not decide that he is the conqueror who hits most often the mark in a direct way? Sisyphus. Yes, I would. Socrates. But if there were no mark laid down for them to shoot at, but each shot where he liked, How could you distinguish between the good and bad archer? Sisyphus. Not at all. Socrates. Would you then not be at a loss to distinguish between those consulting well or ill, if they did not know what they were consulting about? Sisyphus. Yes, I should. Socrates. Do not those then who consult respecting things about to be, consult respecting things not in existence? Sisyphus. Certainly. Socrates. It is not therefore possible for any person to hit the thing not in existence. For how does any one seem to you to be able to hit what is not in existence? Sisyphus. Not at all. Socrates. Since then it is not possible to hit what is not in existence, no one would be able to hit anything of those not in existence by consulting. For things that are about to be belong to those not in existence. Is it not so? Sisyphus. So it seems at least to me. Socrates. He then who does not hit things about to be, would be amongst men neither a good counsellor nor a bad counsellor. Sisyphus. It seems he would not. Socrates. Nor is a person said to be either a better counsellor or a worse counsellor, not even if he should be more successful or less successful in hitting what is not in existence. Sisyphus. He is not. Socrates. Looking then to what circumstance men call certain persons by the name of good counsellors or bad counsellors, is it not worthy, Sisyphus, to think again upon this matter? Sisyphus. I say so. End of Sisyphus, or Upon Taking Counsel, by Plato. Translated by George Burgess, Trinity College, Cambridge.
Spring in the Woods, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Canadian Magazine, May 1911. The woods are so human that to know them we must live with them. An occasional saunter through them, keeping, it may be, to the well-trodden paths, will never admit us to their intimacy. If we wish to be near friends, we must seek them out, and win them by frequent, reverent visits at all hours, by morning, by noon, and by night, and at all seasons, in spring and in summer, in autumn and in winter. Otherwise we can never really know them, and any pretense we can make to the contrary will never impose on them. They have their own effective way of keeping aliens at a distance and shutting their heart to mere casual sightseers. Believe me, it is of no use to seek the woods from any motive except sheer love of them. They will find us out at once and hide all their sweet, world-old secrets from us. But if they know we come to them because we love them, they will be very kind to us and give us such treasure of beauty and delight as is not bought or sold in market, nor even can be paid for in coin of earthly minting. For the woods, when they give at all, give unstintingly, and hold nothing back from their true worshippers. We must go to them lovingly, humbly, patiently, watchfully, and we shall learn what poignant loveliness lurks in the wild places and silent intervals, lying under starshine and sunset, what cadence of unearthly music are harped on aged pine boughs or crooned in copses of fir, what delicate savors exhale from mosses and ferns in sunny corners or on damp brooklands, what dreams and myths and legends of an older time haunt them, what unsuspected tintings glimmer in their dark domains and glow in their alluring byways. For it is the byways that lead us to the heart of the woods, and we must not fail to follow them if we would know the forests and be known of them. Spring is the best time to walk in the woods, at least we think so in spring. But when summer comes it seems better still, and autumn woods are things quite incomparable in their splendor. And sometimes the winter woods, with their white reserve and fearlessly displayed nakedness, seem the rarest and finest of all. For it is with the forest as with the sweetheart of flesh and blood, in every changing mood and vesture she is still more adorable in her beloved's eyes. But it is certain that there is more of frank friendliness in the woods in spring than at any other season. In summer they are very busy about their own concerns. In autumn they are so gorgeous and imperial that we feel they have no particular need of us, even though they may like us as well as ever. And in winter their chaste aloofness inspires us with more of the awe of a worshipper than the ardor of a lover. But in the spring they have so much time before them, and are so well pleased with themselves and the exquisite things that are budding in and about their bailiwick, that they take us into full companionship and make us free of all their crafts and mysteries, from the potent, unutterable charm of a dim spruce wood to the grace of flexible mountain ashes fringing a lonely glen. The spring woods have a fashion of flowers, dainty, spirit-fine things, akin to the soul of the wilderness. Here is a westward sloping hill lying under the white drifts of cloud, feathered over with lisping young pines and firs that cup little hollows and corners where the sunshine gets in and never gets out again, but stays there and grows mellow, coaxing dear things to bloom long before they would dream of wakening up elsewhere. This is the spot for mayflowers. We are certain to find them here on this little russet knoll for choice, where at first sight there is not a hint of blossom. Wait! The mayflowers never flaunt themselves. They must be sought and wooed as becomes them. See, we stoop, we pull aside the brown leathery leaves, and behold! The initials of spring's first lettering, trails and clusters of star white and dawn pink that have in them the very soul of all the springs that ever were, reincarnated in something which it seems gross to call perfume, so exquisite and spiritual will it prove to be. Now that we have learned the art of finding mayflowers, we can gather them all over this hill. It is the only place where they grow, for they do not like luxurious surroundings. They extract all their sweetness out of sandy, inhospitable soil, and offer it to the wet, leafless world before the forests have fairly begun to waken up and preen themselves. After the mayflowers have gone, the woods open eyes of blue violets. We find them almost everywhere. The thick spruce woods are the only places where we can venture fearlessly. Elsewhere we must walk most delicately, lest our feet crush the dear sky-tinted things. Wherever a bit of grass finds sunshine enough on which to thrive, there we find violets, along the lanes and about the roots of slim birches, and in the dappled pasture corners overhung with beechen boughs. But to find the place where they grow most thickly, we must wander into a tiny sequestered valley of a western hill. Beyond it there is a pool which is not known to summer days, but in spring is a glimmering green sheet of water on whose banks nymphs might dance as blithely as ever they did on Argive Hill or in Cretan Dale. Certes, they would have rare footing of it, for here violets grow so thickly that all the grass is enskied with them. And in just one corner we find the rarer white violets, tiny blossoms with purple pencilings in their little urns, which are filled with the most subtly distilled incense. The pool is a witching spot near which to linger on spring evenings. Somewhere, through the lissom willows and poplars that fringe it, faint hues of rose and saffron from the far bourne of sunset steal across its pearly shimmer. It is unruffled by a breath, and every leaf and branch is mirrored in it to the very grasses that sway on its margin. The willows are decked with glossy silver catkins, the maples are mistily red-budded, and that cluster of white birches, a meet home for a dryad, is hung over with golden tassels. When the violets begin to leave us, we have the white garlands of the wild cherry flung out everywhere, against the dark of the spruces, and in the hedges along the lanes. And will you please look at that young wild pear, which has adorned herself after immemorial fashion as a bride for her husband in a wedding veil of fine lace. The fingers of wood pixies must have woven it, for nothing like it ever came from an earthly loom. I vow the tree is conscious of its own loveliness. It is trembling and bridling before our very eyes, as if its beauty were not the most ephemeral thing in the woods, as it is the rarest and most exceeding, for to-day it is, and to-morrow it is not. Every south wind, purring gently through the boughs, will winnow away a shower of slender petals. But what matter? To-day it is queen of the wild places, and it is always to-day in the woods, where there is neither past nor future, but only the prescience of immortality. Of course, there are dandelions in the woods, because there are dandelions everywhere. They have no sense of the fitness of things at all. They are a cheerful, self-satisfied folk, firmly believing that they are welcome wherever grass can grow and sunshine beckon. But they are alien to the ancient wood. They are too obvious and frank. They possess none of the mystery and reserve and allurement of the real wood flowers. In short, have no secrets. Still, nothing, not even the smug dandelion, can live long in or near the woods without some sort of psychic transformation coming over it. And presently all the obtrusive yellowness and complacency are gone, and we have instead misty, phantom-like globes that hover over the long grasses in full harmony with the tradition of the forests. The open spaces in the woods, washed in a bath of tangling sunshine, visited of all the winds of heaven, with glimpses of far-away hills and home meadows where cloud shadows broaden and vanish, are dear to our hearts. And dearer still the place of hardwoods, hung with their mist of green, where elfin lights frolic. But dearest of all is the close wood, curtained with fine-spun purple gloom, through which only the most adventurous sunbeams may glide, looking pale as if with fear over their own daring. This is where the immortal heart of the wood will beat against ours, and its subtle life will steal into our veins and make us its own forever, so that no matter where we go or how wide we wander in the noisy ways of cities or over lone paths of sea, we shall yet be drawn back to the forest to find our most enduring kinship. Those who have followed a dim, winding, balsamic path to the unexpected hollow where a wood spring lies have found the rarest secret the woods can reveal. Here it is, under its pines, a crystal clear thing, with lips unkissed by so much as a stray sunbeam. It is easy to dream that it is one of the haunted springs of old romance, an enchanted spot where we must go softly and speak, if we dare speak at all, in the lowest of whispers, lest we disturb the rest of a white, wet naiad, or break some spell that has cost long years of mystic weaving. Come, let us stoop down on the brink, and ever so gently drink from our hollowed hands of the living water, for it must have some potent quality of magic in it, and all our future lives we shall have better understanding of the wood and its lore by reason of drinking from the cup it offers. A brook steals away from the spring. At first it goes deeply and darkly and softly, as becomes its birth. But as soon as we follow it from that somewhat uncanny locality, we see that, though born of the spring, it was begotten by the spirit of the wild, and is more its father's child than its mother's, becoming promptly what all brooks are, a gay, irresponsible vagabond of valley and wilderness. Let us take it for a boon companion, and follow it in all its windings and doublings and tricksy surprises. A brook is the most changeful, bewitching, lovable thing in God's good world. It is never in the same mind or mood 2 minutes. Here it creeps around the roots of the birches with a plaintive little murmur and sigh, as if its heart were broken. We feel that we must sympathize with its old sorrow and nameless woe. But listen, a curve further on, and the brook is laughing, a long, low gurgle of laughter, as if it were enjoying some capital joke all by itself. and so infectious is its mirth that we must laugh too, and forget old sadness as the brook forgets. Here it makes a pool, dark and brooding and still, and thinks over its secrets with a reticence savoring of its maternity. But anon it grows communicative and gossips shallowly over a broken pebble bed, where there is a diamond dance of sunbeams, and no minnow or troutling can glide through without being seen. Sometimes its banks are high and steep, hung with slender ashes and birches. Then they are mere low margins, green with delicate mosses, shelving out of the woods. Here we come to a little precipice, and the brook flings itself over undauntedly in an indignation of foam, and gathers itself up rather dizzily among the mossy stones below. It is some time before it gets over its vexation, and it goes boiling and muttering along, fighting with the rotten logs that lie across it, and making far more fuss than is necessary over every root that interferes with it. But the brook is sweet-tempered and cannot be angry long, and soon it is twinkling ever so good-naturedly in and out among the linked shadows, and presently it leads us out of the woods into the meadows. It is a spring evening, and the earth smells good. All the birds which have been so busy nest-building through the day have gone to sleep, except the robins, which are just beginning to whistle clearly, melodiously, enchantingly, as they never whistle at any time save just after a spring sunset. Horns of Elfland never sounded so sweetly around Ori Castle and ruined tower as do the vesper calls of robins in a twilit wood of spruces and across dim green pastures lying under the pale radiance of a young moon. The frogs sing us homeward. From every pool in the valleys and swamp in the forests come their flute-throated voices. In that silvery, haunting chorus, the music of all the springs that have been since the days of Eden finds its ever-renewed reincarnation. Here the wood gives us a last sweet amazement for its guerdon. Before us is a young poplar, the very embodiment of youth and spring in its litheness and symmetry and grace and aspiration. Its little leaves are hanging tremulously, but are not yet so fully blown as to hide its delicate development of bough and twig, making poetry against the spiritual tints of a spring sunset. It is so beautiful that it hurts us with the pain inseparable from all perfection. Why is it so? It is the pain of finality, the realization that there can be nothing beyond but retrogression? Or is it the prisoned infinite in us calling out to its kindred infinite expressed in that visible perfection? End of Spring in the Woods by Lucy Maud Montgomery, read by David Wales. The Woods in Autumn by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published Canadian Magazine, October 1911. Maples are trees that have primeval fire in their souls. It glows out a little in their early youth, before the leaves open, in the redness and rosy yellowness of their blossoms, but in summer it is carefully hidden under a demure silver-lined greenness. Then, when autumn comes, the maples give up trying to be sober, and flame out in all the barbaric splendor and gorgeousness of their real natures, making of the ancient wood a thing out of an Arabian Night's dream in the golden prime of good Haroun al-Raschid. You never may know what scarlet and crimson really are until you see them in their perfection on an October hillside under the unfathomable blue of an autumn sky. All the glow and radiance and joy at earth's heart seem to have broken loose in a splendid determination to express itself for once before the frost of winter chills her beating pulses. It is the year's carnival ere the dull Lenten days of leafless valleys and penitential mists come. The maples are the best vehicle for this hidden immemorial fire of the earth and the woods, but the other trees bear their part valiantly. The sumacs are almost as gorgeous as the maples. The wild cherry trees are indeed more subdued, as if they are rather too reserved and modest to go to the length the maples do, and prefer to let their crimson and gold burn more dully through overtints of bronzy green. I know a dell, far in the bosky deeps of the wood, where a row of maiden birches fringe a deep-running stream, and each birch is more exquisite than her sisters. And as for the grace and goldenness of the young things, that cannot be expressed in terms of the dictionary or symbols of earth, but must be seen to be believed, or realized. I stumbled on that dell the other day quite by accident, if indeed there can be such a thing as accident in the woods, where I am tempted to think we are led by the good people along such of their fairy paths as they have a mind for us to walk in. It was lying in a benediction of amber sunshine, and it seemed to me that a spell of eternity was woven over it, that winter might not touch it, nor spring evermore revisit it. It must continue forever, so the yellow trees mirrored in the placid stream, with now and then a leaf falling on the water to drift away and be used, mayhap, as a golden shallop for some adventurous wood sprite, who had it in mind to fare forth to some wonderful far-off region where all the brooks run into the sea. I left the dell while the sunshine still shone on it, before the shadows had begun to fall, and I shall never, if I can help it, revisit it again. I wish to remember it always as in that one vision, and never see it changed or different. I think it is one of the places where dreams grow, and hereafter, whenever I have a dream of a certain kind, a golden, mellow, crimson-veined dream, a very dream of dreams, I shall please my fancy with the belief that it came from my secret dell of birches, and was born of some mystic union between the fairest of the sisters and the genius of that crooning brook. The woods are full of purple vistas, threaded with sunshine and gossamer. Down drop the tinted leaves, one by one, with the faintest of sighs, until our feet rustle most silverlily through their fallen magnificence. The woods are as friendly as ever, but they do not make the advance of spring, nor do they lavish attention on us as in summer. They are full of a gentle, placid indifference. We have the freedom of their wonders as old friends, but we are not any longer to expect them to make much fuss over us. They want to dream and remember, undisturbed by new things. They have spread out a spectacle that cannot be surpassed, have flung all their months of hoarded sunlight into one grand burst of color, and now they wish to take their rest. The cone-bearers hardly know what to make of the transformation that has come over their deciduous neighbors, who comported themselves so discreetly and respectably all through the earlier months of the year. The pines and hemlocks and spruces seem to wrap their dark mantles around them with a tinge of haughty disapproval. No change of fashion for them, and, if please ye, no flaunting in unseemly liveries of riotous hue. It is theirs to keep up the dignity of the forest. Only the firs are more tolerant. Indeed, here and there a fir seems trying to change its sober garments also, and has turned a rich red-brown. But alas, the poor fir pays for its desertion of fir tradition by death. Only the dying fir can change its color, and exhale that haunting, indescribable odor which steals out to meet us in shadowy hollows and silent dinkles. There is a magic in that scent of dying fir. It gets into our blood like some rare, subtly compounded wine, and thrills us with unutterable sweetnesses, as of recollections from some other fairer life, lived in some happier star. Compared to it, all other scents seem heavy and earth-born, luring to the valleys instead of the heights. But the tang of the fir summons upward and onward to some far-off divine event, some spiritual peak of attainment, whence we shall see with unfaltering, unclouded vision the spires of some aerial city, beautiful, or the fulfillment of some fair, fadeless land of promise. Autumn woods give us another rare fragrance also, the aroma of frosted ferns. The morning is the best time for it, a morning after a sharp frost, when the sunshine breaks over the hollows in the woods. But sometimes we may catch it in the evening, after the afternoon sun has steeped the feathery golden sheets of a certain variety of fern and drawn out their choicest savor. I have a surprise for you if you will but walk with me through these still stained mazes, and over the enclosed harvest field beyond, and up this dour hill of gnarled spruces, and along this maple fringed upland meadow. There will be many little things along our way to make us glad. Joyful sounds will come ringing down the wind. Gypsy gold will be ours for the gathering. I can promise you a glimpse now and then of a shy partridge scuttling away over the fallen leaves. As the evening deepens, there will be nun-like shadows under the trees, and there will be squirrels chattering in the beeches where the nuts are. Squirrels, you know, are the gossips and busybodies of the woods, not having learned the fine reserve of its other denizens. But there is a certain shrill friendliness in their greeting, and they are not really half such scolds as one might imagine from appearances. If they would but take a thought and mend their shrewd-like ways, they would be dear, lovable creatures enough. Ah, here is my promised surprises. Look you, a tree, an apple tree laden with fruit. As I live, a veritable apple-bearing apple tree here in the very heart of the woods, neighbored by beeches and pines, miles away from any orchard. Years ago it sprang from some chance sown seed, and the alien thing has grown and flourished and held its own. In the spring I wandered this way and saw it white amid wildness with its domestic blossom. Pluck and eat fearlessly, I pray you. I know these apples of old, and fruit of Hesperides hath not a rarer flavor, nor the fatal apple of Eden. They have a tawny skin, but a white flesh, faintly veined with red, and beside their own proper apple taste, they have a certain wild, delicious flavor no orchard-grown apples ever possessed or can possess. Let us sit here on this fallen tree, cushioned with mosses, and eat our fill while the shafts of sunshine turn crimson and grow remote and more remote, until they vanish altogether and the early autumn twilight falls over the woods. Surely there is nothing more for our quest, and we may as well go home. Nothing more? Look you, I pray you, over yonder, through the mist of this mild, calm evening. Beyond the brook valley, halfway up the opposite slope, a brush fire is burning clearly and steadily in a maple grove. There is something indescribably alluring in that fire, glowing so redly against the dark background of forest and twilit hill. A wood fire at night has a fascination not to be resisted by those of mortal race. Come, let us arise and go to it. It may have been lighted by some good honest farmer bent on tidying up his sugar orchard, but it may also, for aught we know, have been kindled by no earthly woodman, a beacon or a summons to the tribes of faery. Even so, we shall seek it fearlessly, for are we not members of the immemorial freemasonry of the woods? Now we are in the grove. Is it not beautiful, O comrade of my wanderings? So beautiful that it makes us perfectly happy. We could sit down and cry for pure, unearthly joy. And we desire fervently some new language, rich in unused, unstained words, to express our rapture. The fire burns with a clear, steady glow and a soft crackle. The long arcades beneath the trees are illuminated with a rosy radiance, beyond which lurks companies of enticing gray and purple shadows. Everything is very still and dreamy and remote. It is impossible that out there, just over the hill, lies a village of men, where tame household lamps are shining. We must be thousands of miles away from such things. It is an hour and place when and where anything might come true, when men in green might creep out to join hands and foot in fealty around the fire, or wood nymphs steal from their trees to warm their white limbs, grown chilly in autumn frosts, by the blaze. I don't think we would feel much surprise if we should see something of the kind, the flash of an ivory shoulder through yonder gloom, or a queer little elfin face peering at us around a twisted gray trunk. Oh, I think I do see it, but one cannot be sure. Mortal eyesight is too slow and clumsy a thing to match against the flicker of a pixie-litten fire. Everything is in this hour, the beauty of classic myths, the primal charm of the silent and the open, the lure of mystery, the beguilement of gramarye. It has been a pure love match 'twixt light and dark, and beautiful exceedingly are the offspring thereof. We go home by the old fir lane over the hill, though it is somewhat longer than the field way. But it always drags terribly at my heart to go past a wood lane if I can make any excuse at all for traversing it. Sometimes I like to walk in this lane alone, for I know it well and can tryst here with many shapes of old dreams and joys. But to night I am glad to have a comrade, for the dark is coming down, and I am just a wee bit afraid, with a not unpleasant fear. The whole character of the lane seems changed. It is mysterious, eerie, almost sinister. The trees, my old well-known friends, are strange and aloof. The sounds we hear are not the cheery, companionable sounds of daytime. They are creeping and whispering and weird, as if the life of the woods had suddenly developed something almost hostile, something, at least, alien and unacquainted and furtive. I could fancy that I hear stealthy footsteps all around us, that strange eyes are watching us through the boughs. I feel all the old primitive fear known to the childhood of the race, the awe of the dark and shadowy, the shrinking from some unseen menace lurking in the gloom. My reason quells it into a piquant watchfulness, but were I alone it would take but little. Nothing more than that strip of dried bark keening so shilly on the rail fence, to deliver me over to a blind panic, in which I should turn and flee shamelessly. As it is, I walk more quickly than my wont, and feel, as we leave the lane behind, that I am escaping from some fascinating but not altogether hallowed locality, a place still given over to paganism and the revels of fauns and satyrs. None of the wild places are ever wholly Christian in the darkness, however much they may seem so in daylight. There is always a lurking life in them that dares not show itself to the sun, but regains its own with the night. Comrade, I vow I am right glad to see the steady gleaming home light below us, shining on homely mortal faces. It is a good thing after the uncanny enchantment of the autumn forest. End of The Woods in Autumn, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by David Wales. The Woods in Winter, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Canadian Magazine, December 1911. Last night it snowed. I had been waiting for this first snowfall before I went again to the woods. I did not wish to spy upon their nakedness. It seems like taking an unfair advantage of old friends to visit them when they are unclad, with the little ins and outs of their realm laid pitifully bare. There is always a November space, after the leaves have fallen, when it seems almost indecent to intrude on the forest, for its glory terrestrial has departed, and its glory celestial, of spirit and purity and whiteness, has not yet come upon it. Of course there are dear days sometimes, even in November, when the woods are beautiful and gracious in a dignified serenity of folded hands and closed eyes, days full of a fine, pale sunshine that sifts through the firs and glimmers in the gray beechwood, lighting up evergreen banks of moss and washing the colonnades of the pines. days with a high-sprung sky of flawless turquoise shading off into milkiness on the far horizon, days ending, for all their mildness and dream, in a murky red sunset, flaming in smoking crimson behind the westering hills, with perhaps a star above it, like a saved soul gazing with compassionate eyes into pits of torment, where sinful spirits are being purged from the stains of earthly pilgrimage. But such days are an exception in late November and early December. More commonly they are dour and forbidding, in a hard, dull bitterness, with sunless gray skies. The winds that still go piping down the valleys wild are heartbroken searchers, seeking for things loved and lost, wailing in their loneliness, calling in vain on elf and fay. For the fairy folk, if they be not all fled afar to the southlands, must be curled up asleep in the hearts of the pines or among the roots of the ferns; and they will never venture out amid the desolation of winter woods, where there is no leafy curtain to screen them, no bluebell into which to creep, no toadstool under which to hide. But last night the snow came, enough to transfigure and beautify, but not enough to spoil the walking. And it did not drift, but just fell softly and lightly, doing its wonder work in the murk of a December night. This morning, when I awakened and saw the world in the sunlight, I had a vision of woodland solitudes of snow, arcades picked out in pearl and silver, long floors of untrodden marble whence spring the cathedral columns of the pines; and this afternoon I went to find the reality of my vision in the woods that belt the gray hillside, aye, and overflow beyond it into many a valley white folded in immortal peace. One can really get better acquainted with the trees in winter. There is no drapery of leaves to hide them from us. We can see all their beauty of graceful limb, of upreaching boughs, of mesh-like twigs spun against the transparent skies. The slenderness or straightness or sturdiness of their trunks is revealed. Even the birds' nests there are no birds in last year's nest are hung plainly in sight for any curious eye to see. It does not matter now. The dappled eggs have long ago hatched out into incarnate melody and grace, and the birdlings have flown to lands of the sun far distant, caring nothing now for their old cradles, which are filled with winter snows. The beeches and maples are dignified matrons even when stripped of their foliage. And the birches, look you at that row of them against the spruce hill, their white limbs gleaming through the fine purple mist of their twigs, are beautiful pagan maidens who have never lost the Eden secret of being naked and unashamed. But the cone-bearers, staunch souls that they are, keep their secret still. The firs and the pines and the spruces never reveal their mystery, never betray their long-guarded lore. See how beautiful is that thickly growing copse of young firs, lightly powdered with the new-fallen snow, as if a veil of aerial lace had been tricksily flung over austere, young Druid priestesses forsworn to all such frivolities of vain adornment. Yet they wear it gracefully enough. Firs can do anything gracefully, even to wringing their hands in the grip of a storm. The deciduous trees are always anguished and writhen and piteous in storms. But there is something in the cone-bearers akin to the storm's spirit, something that leaps out to greet it and join with it in a wild, exultant revelry. After the first snowfall, however, the woods are at peace in their white loveliness. To-day I paused at the entrance of a narrow path between upright ranks of beeches, and looked long adown it before I could commit what seemed the desecration of walking through it. So taintless and wonderful it seemed, like a street of pearl in the New Jerusalem. Every twig and spray was outlined in snow. The undergrowth along its sides was a little fairy forest cut out of marble. The shadows cast by the honey-tinted winter sunshine were fine and spirit-like. Every step I took revealed new enchantments, as if some ambitious elfin artificer were striving to show just how much could be done with nothing but snow in the hands of somebody who knew how to make use of it. A snowfall such as this is the finest test of beauty. Wherever there is any ugliness or distortion, it shows mercilessly. But beauty and grace are added unto beauty and grace, even as unto him that hath shall be given abundantly. As a rule, winter woods are given over to the empery of silence. There are no birds to chirp and sing, no brooks to gurgle, no squirrels to gossip. But the wind makes music occasionally and gives it quality that it lacks in quantity. Sometimes on a clear starlit night it whistles through the copses most freakishly and joyously, and again on a brooding afternoon before a storm it creeps along the floor of the woods with a low wailing cry that haunts the hearer with its significance of hopelessness and boding. To-day there are no drifts, but sometimes, after a storm, the hollows and lanes are full of them, carved by the inimitable chisel of the nor'easter into wonderful shapes. I remember once coming upon a snowdrift in a clearing far back in the woods, which was the exact likeness of a beautiful woman's profile. Seen too closely by, the resemblance was lost, as in the fairy tale of the Castle of St. John. Seen in front, it was a shapeless oddity, but at just the right distance and angle the outline was so perfect that when I came suddenly upon it, gleaming out against the dark background of spruce in the glow of a winter sunset, I could hardly convince myself that it was not the work of a human hand. There was a low, noble brow, a straight, classic nose, lips and chin and cheek curve modeled as if some goddess of old had sat to the sculptor, and a breast of such cold, swelling purity as the very genius of the winter woods might display. All the beauty that old Greece and Rome sang, painted, taught, was expressed in it, yet no eyes but mine saw it. She is a rare artist, this old Mother Nature, who works for the joy of the working, and not in any spirit of vain show. To-day the fir woods on the unsheltered side of the hill, where the winds have shaken off the snow, are a symphony of greens and grays, so subtle that you cannot tell where one shade begins to be the other. Gray trunk, green bough, gray-green moss above the white floor. Yet the old gypsy doesn't like unrelieved monotones. She must have a dash of color. And here it is, a broken dead fir branch of a beautiful brown swinging among the beards of moss. All the tintings of winter woods are extremely delicate and elusive. When the brief afternoon wanes and the low descending sun touches the far-away hilltops of the southwest, there seems to be all over the waste places an abundance, not of color, but of the spirit of color. There is really nothing but pure white after all, but one has the impression of fairy-like blendings of rose and violet, opal and heliotrope on the slopes and in the dingles, and along the curves of the forest-land. You feel sure that tint is there, but when you look directly at it, it is gone. From the corner of your eye you know it is lurking over yonder in a spot where there is nothing but a pale purity a moment ago. Only just when the sun is setting is there a fleeting gleam of real color. Then the redness streams over the snow and incarnadines the hills and fields, and smites the crest of the fires on the hills with flame. Just a few minutes of transfiguration and revelation, and it is gone. And over the woods falls the mystic veil of dreamy, haunted winter twilight. To my right, as I stand breathlessly happy in this wind-haunted, star-sentineled valley, there is a grove of tall, gently waving spruces. Seen in daylight, those spruces are old and uncomely, dead almost to the tops with withered branches. But seen in this enchanted light against a sky that begins by being rosy saffron and continues to be silver green and ends finally in crystal blue, they are like tall, slender witch maidens weaving spells of necromancy in a rune of elder days. How I long to share in their gramarye, to have fellowship in their twilight sorceries! Up comes the moon. saw you ever such beauty as moonlight in winter woods, such wondrous union of clear radiance with blackest gloom, such hints and hidings and revealings, such deep copses laced with silver, such aisles patterned with shadow, such valleys brimmed over with splendor? I seem to be walking through a spellbound world of diamond and crystal and pearl. I feel a wonderful lightness of spirit, and a soul-stirring joy in mere existence, a joy that seems to spring fountain-like from the very deeps of my being, and to be independent of all earthly things. I am alone, and I am glad of it. Any human companionship, even the dearest and most perfect, would be alien and superfluous to me now. I am sufficient unto myself, needing not any emotion of earth to round out my felicity. Such moments come rarely, but when they do come they are inexpressibly marvelous and beautiful, as if the finite were for a second infinity, as if humanity were for a space uplifted into divinity. Only for a moment, 'tis true, yet such a moment is worth a cycle of common years untouched by the glory and the dream. End of The Woods in Winter, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by David Wales.